Hello everyone. We're going to talk about the basics about ERP and SAP. So ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning. It is a term used to identify all the software products that are used for automation of the business process or business activities in a connected way. Just like the activities are carried out in the real world without a software product manually, every activity connected to each other. Similarly, the software product which is used for carrying out optimizing the business activities in a connected way is what is called as ERP. Now, this term was first coined by the company Gartner in 1990. Gartner is an analysis company for the computer industry, and they carry out a lot of research and analysis activities for the computer industry. They do periodic reviews and so on and so forth. So in the late 1980s, they were working on analyzing the impact of computerization on companies. And during that research, they found that there are certain products which were used for planning the utilization of resources in an enterprise or for optimizing the business activities. Now, since we cannot call all the software products as a ERP product because they need to have certain characteristics, similarly, Gartner identified about 11 different characteristics that need to be there in a software product so that it can be called as a ERP product. Out of which the three core characteristics for a software product to be called as a ERP product are cross-module or multi-process functionality, real-time data processing, and database utilization. Now, the first one talks about the ability of the product to handle different processes across different streams. That is, all the activities which the company wants to automate or optimize. The software product should be capable of handling all those activities in any process. Real-time data processing talks about the ability of the product to ensure the users are able to carry out activities as and when required, just like they do it in the real time. Okay. Database utilization talks about the ability of the product to store and retrieve the data as and when required so that it enables the users to carry out activities in real time. Okay. So an ERP product can be defined as a product which has a database which can store and retrieve data to ensure that users can carry out all the processing, all the activities in real time as and when required. And these these activities are for multiple processes in the company. Okay. So based on these characteristics, Gartner identified about 196 products that are available in the market as of now, out of which some of the common ones are SAP, Oracle Apps, MS Dynamics, Epicor, Sage, N4, PeopleSoft, JD Edwards, Baan. These are products which are developed by specific companies and can be used in any type of company, right? So apart from these, there are products which are developed for single user applications that can be used by a single user. There are also products which are designed to work only online or free to use. So lots of different types of products are there in this 196 plus. So for the full list, you can go to Wikipedia and check out the article on ERP Enterprise Resource Planning. Within that article, you have a link to the list of the ERP products. Okay. Now, enterprise, to understand better what ERP is actually used for, enterprise can be defined as a group of people working to achieve a common objective using a specified set of resources. and these activities are carried out on a repetitive nature. Okay, that is, once the activity is completed, once the objective is achieved, the activity is not stopped. It is again a reset to achieve the objective over and over and over again. So that type of the repetitive achieving of the objective by a group of people using a specified set of resources is what can be called as an enterprise. It can also be called as a company, an organization, or firm, or business, or industry. Now, the reason why we have so many terms is basically to identify the nature of business, the number of people working, the set of activities, lots of different criteria. Resource can be defined as a set of elements which are required to achieve the objective. So all the manpower, money, material, and machinery, these are the four types of resources. So these resources are what we call as, these elements are what we call as resources. Okay. Planning is the process of optimizing the utilization of these resources to best achieve the objective. Planning is not the same as process. Anytime that you want to achieve an objective or goal, the set of activities which are to be carried out in a specified manner are what we call as a process or a procedure. Now, for that, you require a specified set of resources. Now, when you specify, when you create a company, when you define the objective, you also define the ratio of these resources that are required to carry out or achieve that objective. Now, without that ratio of resources, usually activities cannot be properly carried out. However, in the real world, in any type of an enterprise, resources are not always available as required, right? So, when the resources are not there in the proper ratio, how best to achieve that objective is what planning is all about. How do we achieve that objective by utilizing to the optimum extent the available resources is what planning is all about. Now, this planning can be carried out either manually or automated. The automated planning for optimum utilization of resources is what we carry out using the ERP products. Okay, so this is what ERP, the introduction to ERP is all about. Now, the next topic would be introduction to SAP. SAP is, as indicated earlier, the best ERP product. It was first developed in 1972 in Germany by 5 ex-employees of IBM. Now, the first product they released was called SAP R1, which was released in 1972, in which SAP stands for Systems, Applications, and Products for data processing. R stands for real-time data processing, and 1 stands for one-tier architecture. Now, the reason why they named the product as Systems, Applications, and Products is to indicate that this product was developed to be used in multiple types of computer systems. Now, this was made necessary because the products which were available till that time, there were a few there were a few software products which were available even before SAP was developed, which could be used for automation of business processes. But these products were basically designed for only a specific process and could be used in specific types of computer systems. So a product which was developed to work in a specific type of computer system could not be used for any other computer system. Okay, but SAP was the first product, one of the first products to be developed, which could be used in any type of computer system. So to indicate that, the name systems was used. Applications, like I was just saying, the products which were available till that time, most of them were designed to handle only a specific process. So the applicability was very little. But this SAP R1 product was the first one to allow the optimization or the automation of multiple processes in the same system. So the applicability was multiple. That's what the applications stands for. Products was used to indicate that SAP not only develops this particular product, it also had other products that could be used along with this product. And also, this product can connect to any other software product or hardware product for further processing or further use. And all this was designed for basically carrying out data processing activities in the company. Okay. Real-time data processing, like I indicated earlier, the characteristics of ERP. Real-time data processing identifies the capability of the product to handle or to allow users to carry out activities as and when required. Okay. One-tier architecture basically talks about the ability of the product to interpret and execute the commands entered by the user. This we will look into later on during the course of your syllabus. The next product they developed was called SAP R2, which was released in 1979. The next product was slightly different from the earlier products, in that was named as SAP R3 EE 1.0. Now the R2 product, again in the R2 product, SAP stands for Systems, Applications and Products. R stands for Real-Time Data Processing. 2 stands for Two-Tier Architecture. Right? SAP R3 EE 1.0, in this SAP stands for Systems, Applications and Products. Real-Time Data Processing, 3-tier architecture, and EE stands for Enterprise Edition. And this is considered as the first standardized product released by SAP. Now, what do we mean by this standardized product? It means the product was developed with features common to multiple companies. What it also means is the R1 and R2 products, which were released and installed till 1991, were basically developed and installed for each company, each client separately. So the copy which was developed, the application which was developed for one client could not be used for any other client. So for each client, SAP was developing the product from scratch and installing it individually. Now, why did they think about developing the product only in 1990? Was because in 1990, a global phenomena called globalization happened, wherein companies started operating throughout the world. So today, what we see today as the business activities, anybody can sit anywhere in the world and order a product from anywhere else in the world. So that type of activity, that type of business process started during 1990. So since there were lots of companies that started operating globally from a single location, they also needed a product which could be utilized anywhere in the world. So that's the reason why SAP developed this product with features common to multiple industries and released it in 1992. The initial product, the EE 1.0, was developed with only 5 core components, which were MM, SD, FICO, HR, and FAP. Okay, so these were the core components available at that time, programming and networking together. But as and when SAP started installing the product in companies throughout the world, companies also started requiring more features, more components, compatibility with other products, and so on and so forth. So SAP started improving on this product by making improvements to the product. So from 1.0 it went to 1.1, 1.2, so on and so forth, until the EE 4.5 product was released in 1998. Some analysts say that between 92 to 98, SAP released close to 30 different versions of this product. Each version improving on the previous one, adding more features, more components, more modules, compatibility with other products, compatibility with other databases, user interfaces, more fields like this. So each one was a better version of the previous one. So 4.5 was a more stable version, but still SAP started improving on it and released the 4.6C version in 2001. And this product was so popular that even today, even after 17 years of its release, we still have clients using 4.6 and even a few clients still using 4.5. So, as you can understand, 4.6C can be said as most stable version of the product which was developed till that time by SAP. But this product still had a slight issue in the sense that this product was basically a LAN product. There was no remote connectivity to this product. After 2000, people and companies started using internet and mobiles a lot, and they wanted remote connectivity to most of the activities. So likewise, they also wanted remote connectivity to this product. So SIP started working on improving the product to have remote connectivity, and they released the EE 4.7 version in 2003 with only a few features available on remote connectivity. The first full-fledged remote-capable product which was developed and released by SAP was called as the SAP R3 ECC 5.0, which was released in 2004. The next product was called as SAP R3 ECC 6.0, which was released in 2005-2006. And this is the product that we are still using, and that is the one that we are going to learn. So in this again, SAP stands for Systems, Applications and Products, Real-Time Data Processing, Three-Tier Architecture. ECC stands for Enterprise Central Component. 6.0 is the version number. Now you may have a slight query, a slight question. Earlier I did say that between 92 to 98, in order to improve the product, in order to add the features or the process, SAP released close to 30 different versions of the product, each one improving on the previous one. But the ECC 6.0 product was released in 2005-2006 and we are still using the same version. Now, how is it still possible that we are still continuing with the same version even though there have been some changes in the business activities which may not have been foreseen in 2005-2006? So how does this product still be capable of handling all those changes without basically changing the product? So for that, what SAP is doing is, instead of releasing a new version, since most of the processes have standard processes by now built into it, SAP, instead of changing the product and changing the version, it is adding or updating this version using the enhancement packages. So enhancement packages are like patches which will add a specific feature or enhancement of a feature which is already there in the product. Now, this product was developed after a lot of research and lot of analysis of different companies which have been using SAP till that time. So, by 2002, SAP was in use for 30 years and it was being used, it is still being used in a lot of different industries, almost all the different types of industries that are available in the world, right? So SAP did a thorough research, SAP company did a thorough research of the different processes that are being carried out, the different features which are required, and developed this product as a standard product which could be used as a starting point with features, with almost all the features that are required in any company, in any industry, right? Obviously, we still need to configure, we still need to customize it. That is there for every installation. But the point is, this product was developed with features common to any type of company in any industry. So the chances of the product not having a feature was very less. So wherever there was a improvement in the business process or a new business process was added or modified, SAP company is using the enhancement package version or route to add those changes, add that process into the product. So till date, from 2010 till now, 2008 till now, there have been 8 enhancement packages released. The eighth one was released last year, that is 2017, around April, May. Okay. Each of these packages add a specific, there is one or two major changes that have been done to the product, and there have been lots of minor changes. For example, in EHP 6, there have been business process changes for SD and FI, that is sales and finance processes for a couple of industries. And in EHP 7, the HANA database capability was added to the product. And in EHP 8, the cloud technology capability was added to the product. Apart from these things, these are the major things. Apart from this, there were a few design changes, the user interface changes. So like this, there were some minor changes also that were done to the product to ensure that the look and feel of the product is as good as the process. Okay. So this is a little bit history about the product development over the years. Now the product that we're going to use, let's talk a little bit more on this product, understand what type of divisions it has, what type of major components it has. So the SAP R3 ECC 6.0 product has 23 major components which are divided into 3 divisions: functional, technical, and administration. Now the functional division is used for handling all the business process related components. So here we have components like MM, SP, PP, WM, PM, QM, PS, CS, FICO, HR, and other such components which are used directly for carrying out business activities. The technical division is where all the programming related components are maintained. So that here we have components like ABAP, PI, PO, PI, XI, you have Fiori, you have UI, etc. The administration division is used for handling the systems, administration, networking, and database. The systems and networking part in SAP is handled in a single component called basis. Okay. Database, when it comes to the database, this particular product has been developed to be compatible with any kind of database. So here databases, we're talking about databases like Oracle, DB2, OpenDB, Sybase, SQL Server, MS Access, Teradata. Even MS Access can also be used along with this product. Okay. So, but as you can understand, these databases are all external databases. That is, they are developed and managed by companies other than SAP. So in order for this product to be linked with any of these databases, this product database administrator has to learn the SAP product, or one of the technical consultants have to learn the database administration activities. That means there is a dependence. So in order to cut down on that dependence, SAP started developing its own database a long time back. Because of certain other issues and a lot of other technicalities, they did not want to develop a product similar to something which is already existing. They did not want to develop the database along the lines of the databases which are already there. They wanted to improve on that functionality which is already there in the database. So they took their own time and developed the HANA database, which is completely different from the current databases. Now, to briefly explain how the HANA database functions, the traditional databases like Oracle, DB2, OpenDB, Sybase, these all store the data in multiple tables which are designed to store the data in the hard disk of the computer system. So that means the traditional databases will store the data in multiple tables, which means the Hard disk, that is your database storage capability, must be huge. Okay, it stores very little data in your temporary memory. However, HANA works on the other way, where the majority of the data used for transactions are stored in the temporary data, your temporary memory, which is called as the RAM, random access memory. So, because of the use of this type of data from the temporary memory, the data, since it is readily available, transactions are tremendously fast using the HANA database. Now, does it not have tables? Yes, it does have tables where it stores the data, but the number of tables when you compare with the traditional databases is very, very less when you take the HANA database. Anyway, that's about the database. So coming back to the core product, the SAP R3 ECC 6.0. So these are the three divisions: functional, technical, and administration. Now these functional components are used for carrying out activities of a specific nature. Each of the components have a specific type of activities to be carried out. So we look at some of these components. stands for materials management and is used for handling all the activities related to using a material or a service in the company. SD stands for sales and distribution. This particular product is used for handling all the customer related sales and the product distribution network. So you have all the activities related to sales, marketing, distribution, where your transportation, everything is handled in the SD part. PP, as you can understand, is production planning. All the activities related to manufacturing, your machinery planning, production scheduling, routing, bill of material, production orders, all these are in your production planning process. WM, warehouse management. The warehouse management is basically used to handle all the activities related to warehouse, which is different from inventory management. Plant maintenance, it is used for automation of the machinery maintenance schedules. So in a manufacturing company, which is using a lot of machines, tools, and equipment, there is periodic maintenance of these equipment and machines. Now, when the production activities are automated, the production schedules should ensure the machines which are uh, you know, shut down for maintenance are not used for any production activities during that time period. So EM component will be used for automating that maintenance schedule so that when the production schedule is set up, system can automatically ensure that those dates for maintenance are not used for production for manufacturing purposes. Right? QM, quality management, used for handling all the quality related aspects. ES is project systems, those companies that carry out activities in different projects, project base, particularly the infrastructure companies, real estate companies, they use the project systems to group different activities of a specific nature together. CS customer service, every company requires this component to ensure that they provide the best possible customer experience. FICO, finance and controlling, used for your basic accounts and cost center accounting. HR, all the human resource activities. So these are some of the major components in functional. The other products developed by SAP, there are definitely other products which are developed by SAP, since any company cannot just depend on just basically one product. So these other products developed by SAP are broadly divided into two types or two categories: new age, new dimension products and industry specific software. Now, the new age, new dimension products include products like BIBW, BPC, PLM, CRM, SRM, APO, SEM, and other such products. If you look at these products, you will realize that some of these products, in fact, most of these products, they're already handled in one of the core components. For example, if you talk about CRM, customer relationship management. Now, why does a company require a customer? Basically, to sell the material or the service which it provides, right? So, customer, since they are used for sales, customer management is already there in the SD component, right? But the customer management in SD is limited to what is the customer purchasing from the company and how is the customer paying to the company. That's all the information which is required for handling a customer in SD. But there are companies which require to maintain a lot of other data about a customer and do a lot of other things related to customer uh, experience and retaining the customer. So for those types of companies, SAP developed the CRM product. Similarly, SRM stands for Supplier Relationship Management. Supplier is another term for a vendor, right? And we use a supplier to purchase the material or get the services required for carrying out business activities. So that means supplier is actually a part of the MM component. Now in MM, like in SD, about customer, the vendor management in MM is limited to what is the vendor supplying to the company and how is the company paying to the vendor. Because there's not much else which is required in MM relating to the vendor. So for those companies that require more options for vendor management, SAP developed the SRM product. So in this sense, these products were developed to enhance a feature which is already there in the core component, one of the core components. But these are not enhancements of the component itself, because these components, they deal with an entire process. If there is any change in the entire process, then this component itself will be updated, but there will not be a new product released. But since these are enhancements of a process in the product, in the component, they require a specific product. So, do you understand the difference, I hope? So similarly, these other products are also developed to enhance a feature already available in one of the core components. Okay. The other set of products developed by SAP are the industry-specific software. Like I told you earlier, SAP is a product. This is a product which was developed to be used in any type of company in any industry. But since there are certain industries, specifically like banking, retail, real estate, oil and gas, and other such industries where processes are slightly different from other industries, right? So in order for these companies to use SAP directly, since the processes are some of the processes are different, the consulting company has to first understand what are the activities different from the standard activities, sit with the client to understand those new processes, do the programming to add those processes in the product, and then ask the client to test them to ensure that they have done the proper job. Now, all these activities take a lot of time, effort from the client and the consulting company. Now, clients are basically, they have employees to work on their business processes, but not for sharing or spending time with the consulting company to explain the process and test the product, right? So for that reason, what SAP has done is they have studied those industries where processes are different or which require some additional processes, and they develop this software to include those specific processes which are not available as a basic feature in the core component. Okay, so now when I want to install SAP or use SAP in any of these industries where processes are different, all I need to do is take the basic product, the ECC 6.0, add the industry specific software, the IS product, and voila, we have a product which is tailor made to be used in that company with not only the core processes, the basic processes, but processes which are specific to that industry already available in this product. That will help SAP to get into industries which were not able to use SAP earlier. Now, that's also one reason why SAP called this product as the core component, because this becomes like the hub. This product was designed to be like the hub around which all the other products developed by SAP is going to be linked and used by the company. So in order for any company to use either the new age or new dimension products or the industry specific software, they need to have the basic product, without which they cannot use any of these products directly. Alright, so this is a little bit about the introduction to ERP and SAP. In the next session, we're going to look at the other aspects of the introduction part. Thanks for listening, and you have a wonderful day. Hello everyone. This session's topic would be the continuation of introduction to SAP, and the first one we're going to talk about is the projects. Project can be defined as a set of activities carried out to achieve a specific objective, usually for a specific client within a specific period of time, using a specified set of resources. Now, once this objective is achieved, the activities are repeated to achieve the objective again. So it is repetitive in nature. So that type of the set of activities is what we normally call as a project. In the SAP or ERP products, we have 4 types of projects: implementation, rollout, upgrade, and support. Implementation project is a type of project in which the application is installed for the first time in any location of the company. So if the client has 15 locations and you're installing the application either in 1, 2, 3 or all the 15 locations for the very first time, and that's what we call as an implementation project. Now, because for the ERP products, the SAP product, the client process has to be mapped into the application. This data required for mapping the client business activities is gathered from scratch. That is from zero for all the components the client wants to activate. Since the consulting company, the implementation company, will not have any information about the client process, we need to gather all the data for all the components they want to activate. So these types of projects are also called as greenfield projects. Okay. The next one is rollout. Rollout is where once the application is installed for the first time in the application, the next time onwards, wherever the application is installed in the other locations of the same company, that's what we call as a rollout project. Because it is not the first time installation of the application in those companies, the project name is changed from implementation to rollout. Now, even for a rollout for the new locations where the application will be installed, the business process mapping has to be carried out. This product has to be customized. So the data required for this type of customization will be gathered in 2 ways. First, it will be copied from the locations where the product is already installed. Since the rollout will normally happen within the same company, the locations under the same company. And second, the new locations specific data will be gathered, combined with the existing data from the locations where it is already being used, and then the customization will take place for the new locations. Okay. So as you can understand, rollout projects are carried out only for ERP products, and they can only be carried out within the same company. The third type of project is the upgrade, where the existing version may not be sufficient to meet the changing business requirements. So if the product has a new version or a higher version, then the installation of that new or higher version, replacing the existing version completely in all the locations of the company, is what we call as the upgrade project. So in this, the existing version will be completely removed from all the locations, and the new version or the higher version will be installed. The data required for configuring the application or mapping the business process into the system will be taken in two ways. Again, the data will be taken from the existing version, combined with the data required for the new version, and then the configuration will be completed. Now, since the mapping has to be done, checking what is the existing data and what is the new data required, upgrade projects were more complex and time consuming than a simple implementation or a rollout. Okay. So, right now, we don't have any upgrade projects because the version that we are using has been in existence since 2006 and there's no new version released for the application. The last one is the support project, which is for providing assistance to the client for proper use of the application. So after implementation or rollout or an upgrade project, all the functional, technical, and administration assistance which is given to the client for proper use of the application is what we call as a support project. Now, since the assistance is given only for the proper use of the SAP application, these projects are called as AMS, that is Application Maintenance and Support. Okay, so these are the four types of projects. The activities which can be performed by a consultant within these roles are of four types based on the divisions of the product. So we have functional role, which is played by those consultants working on any of the components in the functional division. Technical role will be played by those consultants working on any of the technical components. Administration role will be played by the basis and database administrators. Techno-functional is a combination of technical and functional roles. That means a consultant working on any of the technical components, if they learn a functional component to do a better job, then they can play both the roles of the functional as well as technical work. So that's what techno-functional role is all about. Now, another important thing to remember is SAP by itself will not be able to carry out the projects for the over 50 lakh companies where the application is in use, and there are new companies which are trying to install SAP. So what SAP has done is, like with every major or very big companies, they have companies which are authorized by them to carry out projects on their behalf. These companies are what we call as the implementation partners. Most of the consultants working throughout the world as SAP consultants, they work for one of the implementation partners. And there are lots of IT companies which are authorized or which are called as the implementation partners for SAP. Now, these companies can carry out any type of project for any client, even sometimes competing with SAP to get the project. So that's how the implementation partnerships work. So these are about the projects and the implementation partners and roles. Next one that we're going to talk about is architecture. Architecture, in simple terms, is a method used by the system designers for dividing the different parts of a software product so that it can be easy for the software product to interpret and execute the commands or transactions entered by the user of that application. So whenever you're using any application, there are certain commands which are entered by the users which the application has to understand, interpret, and execute. So the application working, the method which is used, or the processes which are used by the application to do this type of activity is divided into three different layers. So we have database layer, application layer, and transaction or presentation layer. The database layer is the level of the application where all the source code and the permanent data are maintained. It is another term for a database. So since there can be more than one database for any application, each of these database layers will be identified by a 3-character alphanumeric code called system ID, or in simple terms, we call it as SID. The application layer is the level of the application which will actually interpret and execute the commands entered by the application user. Now, how does the application layer do this interpretation is, the application layer has a built-in layer called the programming layer, which will contain the details of the different programs, functions, or the programming code, which is used for executing the commands entered by the user, and they are defined in the order in which they have to be executed so that the transaction can be completed. So this layer for the SAP product is called as an ABAP layer. The application layer is identified by a 2-character alphanumeric code called instance number, and usually for a specific software product used in a company from multiple locations, the instance number will be constant, since whoever is using that application, the system, that application has to interpret the command in exactly the same way. So for example, whenever you're using SAP from any location within your company, whatever be the type of command anybody enters, it has to be executed in the same way. So that execution is made possible with the use of this application layer. Application layer will get the details of the programs or the procedures or the functions to be executed from this programming layer. Once it gets these details, it will get the actual programming code from the database layer, execute it in the application layer. Okay? And the result of that execution is what will be displayed in the transactional presentation layer. So the transactional presentation layer is nothing but whatever you see on your screen is what we call as the transactional presentation layer of that application. So this layer is also called as the front end or user interface. Based on how these 3 layers are built into the application when it is designed, the architecture divides these software products into 3 different types. So you have applications developed on the 1-tier architecture, 2-tier architecture, and 3-tier architecture. Let me show you a diagram which will better help you understand this. So this is how the 3 types of architecture will look like. In the 1-tier architecture, all the 3 layers are present within the same physical computer system. These programs developed in the 1-tier architecture are also called as single user systems or single user applications. 2-tier architecture is where the database and application layer will be present in one system, and the transactional presentation layer can be installed in another physical system. So the computer system which has the database and application layers are called as the server, and the computer system which has the transactional presentation layer is called as the client. Now this is more commonly called as the client-server technology, where you connect to a central server from your system and make use of the application in the other system. So usually we see this type of a setup in companies where you have the local area network, that is a cable connected to the central server to make use of the application in that server. The 3-tier architecture is the latest type of architecture where, given the requirement of remote access for multiple users for multiple applications, the industry has developed this type of an architecture so that all the 3 layers can be existing in different physical computer systems for the same application. So for example, the meetings that you carry out with your parent company, those are what we call as carried out in 3-tier architecture. That application was developed in 3-tier architecture. Anytime that you work from your home and connect to your office server to make use of any application, then you can say that the application was installed in 3-tier architecture. Not installed, rather executed in the application. So the database layer is the office server. The application layer initially will be the service provider's physical server, and the transactional presentation layer will be your personal system or your mobile. So whenever you connect to any server remotely through a service provider's system, that's what we call as the three-tier architecture, or any application which the user uses connecting remotely to that application server, to that server, the computer system, is what we call as the program developed in the three-tier architecture. Most of the applications, in fact, all the applications getting developed these days are getting developed in three-tier architecture to enable connectivity from anywhere in the world. As long as the user has a service provider connection, as service, it is network service, you can connect and use any application from anywhere in the world. Okay. The SAP application is also developed in the three-tier architecture to enable connectivity to it from anywhere. All right. So this is a little bit introduction to architecture. Architecture by itself is a very vast subject, and there are separate courses on architecture. So for you to understand how the SAP application will work when you're connecting to it remotely is what was my intention for explaining architecture. Right. So the next topic that we're going to talk about is system landscape. System landscape deals with the number of servers used in a software project, their physical location, and their users. In any type of a software project, we usually have three different types of servers: development server, testing server, which can also be called as a quality assurance server, and production or live server. Now, the development server is the physical computer system which will be used for all development, configuration, customization activities. Okay, so when the consultants they start to configure or customize the application as per the client requirement, they're going to work on the development server. Once the application is customized, that application will be sent to the testing server for proper quality check to ensure the customization which was done, the programming changes which were done were as per the requirement, and they are not affecting any other transactions adversely. Yes, they will change they will definitely affect some of the other transactions in a positive way, in the required way. Other than that, the testing server is used only for ensuring that it is not adversely affecting any other transactions. Once the application is tested in the testing server, then it will be put onto the production server, where the users of that application will be connecting to the production server to make use of that application. So in your company, whenever you're executing transactions or carrying out any of the business activities, you're actually connecting to the production server. As a user, you will not have access to development or testing server because basically these are meant for customization activities. Right? So the development server will have only the configuration screens to ensure that the consultants can carry out all the customization activity. Testing server will have a combination of configuration and end user screens, that is the transaction screens, to enable testing of the application. The production server usually has only the end user or the transaction screen so that the users of that application can carry out all the required business activities. All right. Now, the applications which are developed by SAP, they usually come in two different variations or what we call as flavors. One is the IDES system, another one is the non-IDES system. IDES stands for International Demonstration and Evaluation System. In this system, this type of the application can be best understood by taking an example. Whenever you visit any vehicle showroom and you want to test how the vehicle feels and drives, you want to take it out for a test drive. So the outlet needs to have a vehicle kept aside for that type of trial run, right? Similarly, when the consulting company visits a client for discussing about installing SAP, if the client requires to have a demonstration, then I need to have a system readily available the application readily available for giving the demonstration, right? So the IDS is basically designed by SAP with predefined example data which can be used for giving a demonstration. Since this type of the application comes with predefined example data, usually the IDS system is also used for providing training to internal and external customers or employees. The non-IDS is the type of application which does not contain any type of predefined example data. And this is the type of application used for carrying out the projects, whether implementation or rollout, right? Now, whether it is the IDS system or the non-IDS system, each physical server will be divided into multiple partitions called clients, just like the partitions we carry out in our regular computer systems like C drive, D drive, and E drive, right? These partitions are required to enable the application to be used separately during configuration and testing activities. For the production server, usually the entire application will be installed in only one client. That's the reason why you will not be aware, the users will not be aware of this types of division. Okay. So this is a little bit about the system landscape, introduction to the system landscape, which was primarily was to make you understand that we have three types of servers. The next one in the introduction part is about understanding the different types of data which is used in the application, the SAP application for carrying out various business transactions and activities. So all the data that you use in the application can be divided into three types. So the configuration data, master data, and transaction data. Configuration data can be defined as a set of data which is created once and is normally never changed, right? So it is created and maintained only by the consultants. The end users, that is the users of the application, will not require any access to create or change this data. Examples of configuration data would be like your company name, address, communication details, logo, and any other data which has to be created only once. And in any type of document or report that you're going to create, this data will be automatically added to that report, right? The second one is the master data, which can be defined as a set of data which remains constant for a long time in the database. Now, this is also the type of data that you are going to require every time that you carry out transactions. But this type of data does not change from day to day or report to report. Whatever data is already maintained in the system, you're going to reuse it every time that you carry out the transactions. The set of data, the actual information is not going to change every time you use it. So we are talking data like the material data, vendor information, customer information, pricing information. Now from document to document, the type of material used, vendor used, customer used is going to change. But when you enter a material number or a part number, the information does not change. Usually it remains the same for a very long time. Yes, it can be changed, but it is not on a regular basis, right? Now the data which changes regularly every time that you create a document or report is what we call as the transaction data. So here we have examples like document number, document date, the terms and conditions, the quantity, the amount, the payment terms, payment methods. So data like this, which is constantly changing every time that you create a report or a document, is what we call as transaction data. Now master data, what type of data has to be maintained for any type of master data is configured or customized by the consultants based on your company process. But the actual data is maintained by the end users. That is, they enter and modify the data as required based on the type of data and based on the different business requirements. Now, whenever SAP is installed at any client place, we need to map the client business process into the SAP application So this mapping of the client process into the SAP system is most of the time carried out through configuration activities only. Programming is definitely required, but it's only up to 5% of the activities carried out for configuring or for customizing the application as per the client process. Okay, so this is what is the introduction part. So next topic, we're going to talk about the initial screens, how to log in, how to navigate, and all those things. All right. Hello everyone. So this session we're going to talk about, understand how to log into the SAP application, how to navigate, what are the different types of screens, how to understand what are the transaction lines, how to check for those transactions and execute them. So basically, whenever you start working either as a user or as a consultant, the system which is assigned to you on the system desktop, you'll be finding a specific icon which is called as the SAP logon pad, which looks something like this on the desktop. Double clicking on that icon will open this screen which we call as the server selection screen. So here you'll see the list of servers which are allowed to be connected to the user. If you're working as a consultant, then this will include the 3 servers that we were talking about yesterday in the previous session, the development server, testing server, and production server. So if you're working as a user, you may not even see the screen, you'll directly get the login screen. So double clicking on the server to which you're going to work on will open the initial login screen, which will look something like this. This is a screen, except for this information box, it will be similar to what a consultant will see in the real time. So like I was telling you in the previous session, client will identify the division of the server which is used for configuration activities. The username will be the username assigned to that particular user or consultant for logging into the SAP application. Password and language will indicate in what language the application data has to be displayed. So the default setting for your practice server, that is the IDES system, will be English. Okay. Enter your assigned username password to log into the system. Now once you log in the IDES system or as an end user, the first screen you'll see is the easy access screen, which is where all the end user transactions are carried out from. These transactions are all listed under the SAP menu under different folders. So each of these folders will include activities for that specific purpose. Opening each of the folders will show the relevant activities for that specific process. Every activity can be executed by double clicking on this line which has a cube, or using the shortcut code which is available for each of the transactions. So the activity that we executed has this transaction code which is listed here in the display option as transaction. So I can either execute the transaction by double clicking on this line or entering this relevant transaction code. This shortcut code is called as a transaction code. I can enter it in the command box, press enter and execute it and get the same screen. Pressing F3 will take you back one step, close the transaction and take you back. So you can either use this button and you execute a transaction, you can use this button to go back one step, or you can press F3 as it shows here to go back one step. Based on the client requirement and the user profile, either the complete SAP menu for that specific activity will be allowed to be displayed, or only that specific activity will be added to the favorite list for that user to carry out that activity. So when the particular activity is added in the favorite list, the entire SAP menu will be removed from display. So you can hide the menu, SAP menu, go to this and do not display, only display favorites. So now I will not be able to see the entire SAP menu. So based on the client preference, we will be able to activate or disable the SAP menu tree. Now, if the favorites are not required, then they can delete it, or if the same system is shared by different people across different shifts, then I can add folders for each user and add the relevant transaction in each folder for each user and disable the entire SAP menu. So whatever is the requirement for the client will be able to configure it during the initial configuration, initial customization. Now the window of the SAP application is called as a session, and for one user connected to one physical server, a maximum of 6 sessions can be opened at any given point of time. So to open a new session, you can use any of these options. So these are the options available. You can go to the main menu, System, Open New GUI window, press Ctrl N on the keyboard, or create new icon, new session icon, or click on the right click icon. I'll be showing each one of these options. So you go to the main menu, System, New GUI window, or you press Ctrl N on the keyboard, or you click on this Create New Session icon. The right click button will be right next to the menu button, menu option, main menu, and you can click on Create Session, or you can type /O on in the command box, press Enter, and then in the pop-up you can click on the Generate button. So these are the different options to open a session. To close a session, you can use again any of these options. The best one, easiest one, would be to use the normal close button, at the top right of the window of that session. So you can use this button to close the session. Now if multiple sessions are opened at the same time and you want to close all the sessions and also disconnect from the server, you can go to the main menu, System, and select Log Off to completely close the connection with the server. Now once you have logged off, if you want to reconnect to the application, then you have to go back to the server selection screen, double click on it, and log in back. Now this screen that you're seeing is the end user screen or the transaction screen, like I said earlier. This is not the screen from where the consultants are going to work. In order to go to the consultant screen, you can follow the menu path, SAP menu, Tools, Customizing, IMG, Execute Project. Double click on it and you get the screen, or you can use the transaction code SPRO in the command box, press Enter, and you get this screen. This is the screen that the consultant will see whenever they log in. So here they're able to see the task which is assigned to them in the project. Double clicking on the project, on the task name, will open the relevant customization or configuration screen. Since we are not working in a project, we click on this button called SAP Reference IMG to open the customization or configuration screen. Now here the activities are listed under different headings based on their impact. So the grouping will be as per the impact based on the different types of configurations and components required. Activities which are common to all the components will be grouped together. Activities which are specific to each component will be under specific components. So the activity in this screen will be identified by this specific icon, the stopwatch or the clock symbol. Clicking on this icon will execute that particular transaction. As such, this icon is also called as the execute or the activity icon. So clicking on this will execute that particular activity. Now in the end user screen, all the activities have a relevant transaction code. As such, any activity in the end user screen can be executed either by following the menu path or using the transaction code, However, in the consultant screen, not all the activities have a transaction code. Most of them have a transaction code, but these transaction codes will not be displayed by default like you see in the end user screen. So when you go to the IMG screen, in order to activate the display of these transaction codes, you have to go to the menu path, main menu, additional information, again additional information, display key, IMG activity. Clicking on this option will open a new column here where you can see some information displayed. When you go to that specific activity, you'll see a lot of detail here. Now this entire element is not a code. The consultant codes usually start with the letter O. So the last 4 or 5 characters in this line which start with the letter O are the T codes for that specific activity. In most of the cases, consultant activities, since the activities carried out by consultant will anyhow be displayed here, the consultant T codes need not be displayed by default. As such, they are needed to be displayed or activated for display whenever the consultant requires the T codes to be displayed. So this is what the initial screens was all about. Please practice the initial screens to familiarize yourself with the look and feel of the application. And you can follow the notes already uploaded into the system to go for this, to carry out these transactions. The next session, we're going to talk about the next topic. Thank you. Hello everyone. Today's topic would be enterprise structure. Enterprise structure is used for defining the company's operational structure into the SAP instance. An SAP instance is a copy of the SAP application installed in one physical server. So the application that you are using in your company will be normally called as a SAP instance. Now the operational structure of a company is dependent on the kind of business activities carried out in a company. Usually companies can be divided into 3 groups based on the type of activities carried out. So you have companies that have manufacturing processes, companies that have trading processes, or companies that do services processes. So based on these types of activities carried out, companies, the internal structure of the company is going to be defined, and based on that structure required for carrying out business activities, the enterprise structure of a company is going to be defined in the SAP system. Now, just like a company has different verticals or processes in order to achieve the objective, the operational structure of a company is also different for each process. Just like that, in the SAP application also, each of the components are used for carrying out activities for a specific process, and the structure required for carrying out the activities in the SAP application is also going to be dependent on the real-time processes. So the structure required for MM-related activities looks something like this. At the very top, you have a company or client. Below that, you have an element called company code. Then below that, you have the plant. And below that, you have a storage location. And depending on the level at which the elements are maintained, you'll also have additionally purchasing organization, valuation area or level, and controlling area. Now let's understand each of these elements, the definitions of these elements, so that you understand what each of these elements are all about. So the company or client is the highest level of the enterprise structure. However, even though it is the highest level, there is no business or financial activity carried out at this level. This is more like a element holding all the company codes under it together. So in the SAP instance, every element, whatever be the nature of its use, but if you are going to use anything in the SAP system, then it has to be identified with a code or a number. So similarly, this company or client will be identified with a 1 to 6 character alphanumeric code. Alphanumeric code meaning made up of both numbers, alphabet, or a combination of alphabet and numbers, right? The next element is company code. Company code can be defined as the level from where all the business or financial activities are carried out. In the SAP system, it is also defined as the level where the books of accounts are maintained. Now, books of accounts indicate the balance sheets, profit and loss statements, order statements, and all those financial records. The level at which these books of accounts are maintained in the SAP system is what we call as a company code. Now, you may be wondering what is the difference between a company or client and a company code. Let's take an example. The Valiant Group, the parent company is what we call as the company or client, and in each country, the operations which are carried out will be called as the company code. So each country's operations which are handled by a specific entity, that's what we call as a company code. The parent company which controls the overall organizational process or the operations or the activities is what we call as a company or client. So any company that operates in multi-countries, the parent company which governs the overall process, the overall direction, defines the direction is what we call as a company or client. And in each country, the operations, the structure is what we call as the company code. Now, each country, the books of accounts are maintained separately. As such, company code is where the books of accounts are also maintained. A plant within the company code is the location where the activities related to the business of the company code are carried out. So, any location from where any activity related to the business of that company code are carried out is what we call as a plant. If it's a manufacturing company, then the location from where all the manufacturing activities, the purchase activities, the sales activities, or even service related activities are carried out, that's what we call as a plant. Similarly, in a trading company, the location from where all the purchase and sales activities are carried out is what we call as a plant. Similarly, in a services company, the location from where all the services are carried out is what we call as a plant. Right? So storage location, it is the element within the plant where all the goods or material required to carry out activities at the plant level are maintained. Since the element is used for maintaining the goods or material, the stock basically required to carry out the activities, storage locations are usually physically located within the plant premises. So store location in the real world we call as a store, right? And usually stores are physically located within the plant, and that's how in the SAP system also we are going to define. Coming to a purchasing organization, this is similar to a purchasing department. However, in the SAP system, a purchasing organization is made responsible for all purchase related activities or information. That means without a purchasing organization, any purchase related activity cannot be carried out in the SAP system. So whenever you require a material or a service to be purchased, it has to go through the purchasing organization. Okay. The next one would be valuation area or level. Whenever a company maintains stock of any material, it normally specifies certain value to indicate how much is that material worth to the company. So this valuation to indicate the worth of the material, the level at which it is going to be maintained, the level at which the material valuation is going to be maintained will be indicated using this element called valuation area or level. In the SAP system, we can maintain it at either company code level or plant level, and most of the time it will be maintained at the plant level because that is where the material stock is maintained. And one very important thing to remember is the Assignment of the valuation area or level to either the company code or plant level is only a one-time activity. At the time of installation, we're going to select the indicator level and done. After the application is installed and the users are using the application, at any cost you cannot change the valuation area indicator. Okay. The last one is controlling area. Now this is an interesting thing. It is used to capture the value of all the transactions carried out in the company code automatically and update them in the relevant accounting ledgers or the accounting system. Now in the real time, without an application, whenever you're carrying out any value related transaction or any transaction which has a value, then a copy of the document will be sent to the accounts department so that they can make the relevant entry. So that means the department which is actually carrying out the transaction will make an entry in their own registers, and the accounts department will also be repeating that entry in their own registers. So there is duplication of work getting carried out. Whenever you are automating, this type of duplication or repeating the activity twice should not take place. So in order to avoid this duplication of work in the SAP system, a different element called the controlling area will be created and used for capturing the value of the transactions in the company code automatically. Now, since the controlling area is used for capturing the value of all the transactions, it will normally have the same financial structure as the company code, because it needs to have the same financial structure. It will be created as a copy of the company code, thereby automatically copying all the financial structure already maintained for the company code. Right, so these are the definitions of the enterprise structure. Let's see how to create and assign or link these elements together so that we have the structure ready for carrying out related activities in the SAP system. The elements of the enterprise structure are all configuration related elements. So the creation and assignment of these elements should take place in the IMG screen. So we need to log into the SAP application, go to SPRO, type in SPRO in the command box, click on SAP reference IMG button, and then we go to enterprise structure. The first one we need to create is the company. So we go to definition, financial accounting, define company. Company is the level where there is no business activity carried out, nor do we maintain any type of financial records. So for practice or even in the real time, we just click on new entries, enter a 1 to 6 character code and description. And in the real time, we enter all these details: the street address, PO box, postal code, city. However, for practice, you only need to enter country, language, and currency. Now, in the SAP system, every field that has a bubble like this against it indicates that the entries to that field are limited to the options already configured in the system. So to check and select from those options, click on this bubble or press the F4 button on your keyboard. Almost all the countries in the world have already been defined in the standard system. So select the country in which you want the company to be located, the parent company is located, or whichever country you want for your practice. Similarly, language. Now, language here indicates the business communication language used by this company for communicating both within the company as well as outside the company. Because of that, there are only very few languages maintained in the standard system. So select the relevant language for communication by this company. Currency indicates the currency of this company. So based on the country, the currency would change, as you understand. So select the relevant currency also. So for your practice, entries for these 5 fields are enough. Once you have entered the details, click on Save. Now clicking on Save in the configuration screen, for the first time in the transaction screen, you'll be seeing a pop-up box called the prompt for customizing request. This is also called as a transport request. In the real world, when you're working on a project, each consultant will be assigned their own request number to save the data in their own request number so that it is easy to track what each of the consultants are doing. For your practice, click on this Create Request button, enter a description, violent recorded sessions. Pressing enter, the system will automatically create the request number. Now this is a request number in which we need to save all the configuration activities that we're going to carry out for your course. Clicking on continue will save the creation of this company into that request number. So like this, the request number will ensure that you are saving the data into the relevant database and it is easy to track. So the company is created. Yay! The next one would be to create a company code. So go back to the IMG screen. Again, the same path, enterprise structure, definition, financial accounting, edit, copy, delete, check company code. Click on execute. Double click on copy, delete, check company code. Double click on copy, delete, check company code will open the creation page. Click on the copy as or copy organizational object and the system will start reading from the database. The reason we are going to use the copy process is to ensure that we are able to create all the backend financial structure for the company code that we are going to create. Since will not be able to maintain all the financial structures, that is actually the job of the FICO consultant. During practice, we're going to copy from a standard company code to the company code that we're going to create. Once you get this pop-up in the From Company Code, click on the bubble or press F4 and select the standard company code, which is 1000. And in the To Company Code, enter a code for your company code. So here itself, you're going to create that code to identify your company code. Click on Continue, and the system will start asking a series of questions. On all these pop-ups, irrespective of the type of question or the data, just click on Yes and Continue to ensure that all the data is copied automatically. Now the reference company code, the standard company code has the currency Euro. If you want to maintain Euro for your company code, click on No here. If you don't want Euro as the currency, click on Yes and change the currency. The rest of the pop-ups, just keep clicking on the Continue button to ensure that the data is automatically copied. Now this process will take certain time to be completed. Just wait till that process is completed. Once the process is completed, you get the request number pop-up again. Click on ensure that it is the same and click on Continue. So you'll get several pop-ups like this for transport intervals. On everything, click on Continue or Yes. Only on this small pop-up, click on Cancel, and in the next pop-up, click on Copy. The rest of the things, you just keep clicking on Continue or Yes. You will get a lot of pop-ups. The reason is it is copying all the relevant data. from the standard company code to the company code that we're going to create. So just keep clicking on continue. At no point except for the small pop-up, at no other point, click on no or cancel. Because if you do that, the copying will not be completed properly and the company code that we're going to create will not have all the relevant backend financial data. And later on, it will cause a lot of issues. So once the copying is completed, you get the copied pop-up confirmation. So we selected 1000 and copied it to VG01, that is a company code that we're going to use. Once you get the copy confirmation, now not only the backend financial data has been copied from 1000 to VG01, but also the name, address, and communication details have also been copied from this particular company code to the new one. So we need to have changed that to indicate the company code details as per our company code. So click on the back button, double click on edit company code data, go to your company code or just click on position, enter your company code in the pop-up, click on continue, double click on this entry and make the necessary changes. So here I'm going to say company 1, change the city, country, language. Once you have entered these details, click on the address button and update the complete address in the pop-up. When you are entering the details in the pop-up, the only details which are required are the title, name, country, and language. These are the 4 fields which are required for your practice. In the real time, you have to enter all the details because whenever the company code communicates with any internal or external entity, the details for communication and address will be taken from this script. Right? Once you have updated, click on save. You get the request number pop-up again, ensure you are selecting the correct one. Done. Yay, we are done with creating the company code. The next step would be to create the plant. Go back to the IMG screen. Now we go to the same part, enterprise structure, definition. But now we go to logistics general, define copy delete check plant, execute. Double click on define plant in the pop-up. You get a pop-up. Here you double click on define plant, click on new entries, enter a 1 to 4 character code and a description. Now since plant is the level at which activities are carried out, you don't have to copy it from any standard plant. And in this screen, factory calendar is a mandatory field. Factory calendar identifies or is used to maintain the holiday calendar as well as the week offs. For your practice, you have about 38 standard factory calendars. The others that you see have been created by other users in this particular practice server. For your practice, select only one of the three standard factory calendars, which is 01 or GB or US. Now, these three factory calendars have standard 5-day work week, and holidays and Saturdays and Sundays are considered as optional holidays so that you can go ahead and carry out your activities, concentrate on the process rather than getting frustrated with the holidays being described as mandatory holidays. So for now we have selected GB. Click on the address button here and again update the address as discussed earlier. The only fields which are required for your practice is the title, name, country and language. So enter those values, click on save, and you get the address pop up again for confirmation. Confirm it and save it. Done. Click on the next button and create another plant. So create at least 2 plants for your practice. In the real world, again it depends on how many plants the client has. You can use the same factory calendar for both the plants or different plants. That's up to you for your practice. I'm just going to use the same thing, same factory calendar for both the plants. Once you are done, come back. Exit the screen. Next step would be to create storage location. Again, we go back to the IMG screen, enterprise structure, definition, materials management, maintain storage location. Click on execute. Now, since storage locations are in the real world physically located within the plant, when I click on execute, the system will ask me the plant for which you're going to create the storage location. So enter one of the plant codes that we created. Click on new entries, enter a 1 to 4 character code and a description. So here you can use any codes to identify the storage location. For your practice, you can enter anything, but the same code should not be repeated within the same plant. Okay. Press enter and click on save. It will ask you for the request number, save it. Go back, again click on execute, enter the second plant and maintain the plant storage location codes. Because I'm creating the storage location for a new plant, I can use the same codes as in the previous plant. But in the description, as you can see, I'm clearly identifying for which plant the storage location is getting created. So if you want, you can also follow the same process for your practice. But like I said, in the real time, it all depends on what is convenient to the end users. Once you are done, you're done creating the store locations for both the plants. Yay. Next step would be to create purchasing organization. Now, purchasing organization is the entity which is responsible for all purchase related activities, and the level at which these purchasing organizations are created depends on each country, each company. So based on the business activities carried out in the company, purchasing organizations are maintained at different levels. For our practice, we're going to create the purchasing organization, one at the company code level and one for each of the plants. So go back to the IMG screen, the same path, maintain purchasing organization, click on execute, click on new entries, enter a 1 to 4 character code and a description. To make it easy for me to remember the codes for different students during practice, I tend to use the same codes as for the plant and company code. However, as you can see, In the description, I'm clearly identifying what is the structure description. So with the description, I can understand that it is a purchasing organization rather than company code or plant, right? For your practice, you can also follow the same process, or you can give whatever code you want. The only restriction is the code should not have already been created in the system. So because this is a practice server, there will be a lot of codes already defined. So choose a code which is not already existing and you can use it, right? So the next step would be to check the valuation level or valuation area. Go back to the IMG screen, enterprise structure, definition, logistics general, define valuation level. Now since this is a practice server, the valuation level is already maintained in the system. So when I click on execute here, system will not give me, the application will not give me an option to change the valuation level. It's already defined at the plant level and we get the message, valuation level cannot be maintained, already defined. However, in the real world, when the application is installed for the first time, this screen will be in editable mode and we need to select, it is the consultants need to select the level at which the material valuation is maintained. Again, in the real time also, once the level is maintained and the data, the client data, what we call as legacy data is uploaded into the system, this page, even in the real time, the screen will go into a non-edit mode like you are seeing right now. Since it's a one-time activity, after the installation, once the users start using the application, at no point can this level be changed, right? So for your practice, just check the screen and come out. The last one is for creating the controlling area. So go back to the IMG screen, enterprise structure, definition, controlling, maintain controlling area, click on execute, double click on maintain controlling area, click on new entries. Don't enter the detail directly, rather click on this button called controlling area is equal to company code, which is right next to the code field. When I click on this, it will show me the pop-up to enter the company code. When I enter the code in this pop-up, the details for the controlling area code, name, currency type, currency, chart of accounts, and fiscal year variant. Values for these 6 fields will be automatically copied from the data already maintained for this company code, right? Since we have already maintained the structure for this company code, and since we want this controlling area to handle activities for this company code, since it needs to have the same financial structure as that of this company code, we're going to copy that structure from this company code. So click on enter the company code, click on continue. So this data will be automatically copied. Once it is copied, change the name to indicate that it is a controlling area. And in this assignment control field, select the first option which says controlling area same as company code. So select it, click on save. Done. Yeah, we're done with creating the controlling area also. Yeah, so we're done with creation of the enterprise structure. So the next step would be to assign or link all these structures together, the elements together. So we go back to the IMG screen, enterprise structure, assignment, financial accounting. First one would be to assign the company code to company. Click on execute. All the company codes would be listed here. So go to your company code and enter the relevant code for your company or client. If you don't remember the code, press F4 here and search in the list. Select it and click on save. Done. Next step would be to assign plan to company code. So go to Logistics General, assign plan to company code, click on execute, click on new entries, enter the company code and the plant. So in each row, depending on the number of plants in that company code, entries in both the columns have to be there mandatorily. Click on save. So we just linked, assign these plants to this company code. Next step would be to assign the purchasing organization to company code and plants. So go back to assignment, materials management. First step would be to assign purchasing organization to company code. Click on execute. Go to the purchasing organization and enter the relevant company code. Whatever is the code created for your company code, assign it. Click on save. By assigning the company code to the purchasing organizations, we are indicating to the system that this purchasing organization will be responsible for plans only within this company code. If you don't assign a company code like this, then this purchasing organization can be made responsible for any plant under any company code, provided those plans and company codes exist within the same application. Usually, since the SAP application will be installed in one company code, the purchasing organizations will need to be responsible for the plans within that company code. So most of the cases, the company code, the purchasing organization will be assigned to a specific company code. Click on the back button. Second step would be to now specify which purchasing organization is responsible for which plant. So go to assign purchasing organization to plant, execute, click on new entries, enter the purchasing organization and the relevant plant. VG01 I have used to identify the central purchasing organization, so it should handle both the plants. Plant 1 purchasing organization should be responsible for plant 1, plant 2 purchasing organization for plant 2. Enter and save it. Done. Okay, so we are done with linking the purchasing organizations to the plant. And the last step would be to assign the controlling area to the company code. So go to assignment, controlling, assign company code to controlling area, click on execute. You get the list of controlling areas. Go to your controlling area, select it. Now double click on assignment of company codes. Double clicking on it will open this screen. Click on new entries and enter the relevant company code. If you don't remember, if you don't understand which code to enter here, enter the same code as the controlling area over here and save it. And make sure that you're only entering one code for the controlling area, since we indicated this controlling area is going to handle only one company code. And if you make more than one entry here, then the system will not be able to understand which company codes activities have to be handled by this controlling area. Once the assignment is done, when you go back to the assignment screen again, the system will not give you an option for new entries because the company code is already assigned to that controlling area. Yay, we're done with the assignment also. So once the assignment is done, if you want to see the complete structure for the enterprise structure for our company code that we created from the company code level, go to enterprise structure, definition, financial accounting, edit, copy, delete, check company code, double click on copy, delete, check company code in the pop-up, click on structure, and click on navigation. You get this pop-up, read this pop-up, the details in the pop-up, click on continue. Then you'll see the list of all the company codes created in this particular server, this particular application. Click on find, enter your controlling area, and double click on this entry to show you the details. So this company code belongs to this company, has this controlling area, credit control area, plants, and purchasing organizations. When you open the plant company, it will show me only one company code because we have created and assigned only one company code. Similarly, in the controlling area, it will show only one company code. Credit control area, even though we did not create it, it will be automatically created because we copied the structure from the standard company code. So leave it as it is. It has to be created, but just leave it as it is. When you open plant, it will show me the 4 storage locations within it, the company code, and alphabetically the first purchasing organization responsible for this plant. Similarly, the second plant, 4 storage locations, company code, purchase organization. When you open the purchase organization, it should show the company code and the plants which is responsible for it, which it is responsible for. Similarly, plant 1 will be responsible for plant 1. Plant 2 purchase organization will be responsible for plant 2. So all this structure that you see in the screen that I've just shown you, when you create your company code during practice, you also have to see the same thing. Even in the real time, once the elements are assigned, the same thing should be displayed, will be displayed. Alright? So this is what the enterprise structure creation and assignment is all about. We are done. Yay! Now, one thing to remember during the creation of the enterprise structure is, except for the company or client, all the other elements, which are company code, plant, storage location, purchasing organization, controlling area, are identified with a 1 to 4 character code. Okay? After the enterprise structure is assigned, a very important configuration in the notes, all the paths and the creation is already given for you so that you can follow this particular thing. In the real time, that is when you're working in real world, company code and controlling area will be created and assigned by the FICO consultants. Plants, storage locations, purchasing organizations, and valuation area configuration will be handled by the MM consultants. Okay. Now, each company code, when you're carrying out the activities in that company code, these activities should be allowed to be carried out only for the month in which you're carrying out the transactions. In the real world, when we are working in a company, the company will allow the transactions to be carried out only for the current month, the calendar month. If you try to carry out any activity for any previous month or the next month, your reporting manager is going to ask you why you are carrying it out and will not allow you to carry out any activity for any other month. So similarly, in the SAP system also, the posting period element is used to identify the month of transaction for a specific company code so that activities can be carried out or transactions can be executed only for that month. So once the enterprise structure assignment is completed, it is mandatory that we need to specify the posting period so that activities can be carried out limited, restricted to the month of transaction. Now this posting period is dependent on the financial year followed by a company code. So based on the financial year, the relevant posting period will be assigned to each of the calendar months. As you can understand, since there are 12 calendar months, there will also be 12 posting periods. Let me show you how this posting period works. Now, like I said, posting period is dependent on the financial year followed by the company code. And usually in the real world, there are about 4 financial years which are followed by most of the companies throughout the world. So the first column identifies the posting period for that calendar month. These are the financial years: January to December, April to March, July to June, or October to September. So in case your company code, the client follows the financial year, let's say from October to September, then posting period 1 will correspond to the calendar month 10. Posting period 2 will correspond to calendar month 11. So on until posting period 12 will identify calendar month 9 of the next year. Now, just like in any transaction, whenever you specify a date, you also specify the year. Similarly here, when we assign the posting period, the posting year should also be assigned. Now the posting year for every posting period will again depend on the financial year followed, and will be the same for all the posting periods as the year for the first month of that financial year. For example, if my client has the financial year October to September, the month I'm in right now is August, so the posting period will be 11, but the year will be the year for the first month of that financial year. Now, since the financial year started in October, which is October of 2017, the posting year will be 2017. So for my client, whose financial year is from October to September, for August 2018, calendar month August, calendar year 2018, the posting period and year will be 11/2017, right? Similarly, for each of these other financial years also, we have to check and assign the similar posting period and posting year. Now, one thing to remember is the company code that we create during practice is copied from a standard company code, and that company code's financial year is from January to December. So the company code that we create during practice will also have the same financial year, which is January to December. Now here, for January to December, both the calendar month and posting period, calendar year and the posting year will be the same. So when we are assigning the posting period during practice, it may look as if you are assigning the calendar month and year. However, please remember, we are not assigning the calendar year and month. We are assigning the posting year and posting period for that company code. So to assign the posting period, again we go back to the IMG screen, go to Logistics General, Material Master, Basic Settings, Maintain Company Codes for Materials Management, click on Execute. You'll see the list of all the company codes here. Click on Position, enter your company code, continue, and here I need to enter the current posting year and the posting period, which is 8. When you press enter, values in these 4 columns will be automatically updated. So what are these other 4 columns are? The first 2 columns identify the last posting period for this company code. So in case you want to make any entry to the last posting period, the system will get that data from these 2 columns. And there are certain financial entries which finance team may want to make in the last year. So that information will be taken from these 2 columns. Okay. And these ABP, DBP columns are used for specifying whether the client allows any backposting, that is posting to the previous period or not. If ABP is checked, then it indicates that as a rule, the client allows posting to the previous period, which is indicated by these 2 columns. Okay. DBP indicates check in the DBP column will indicate that as a rule, the client does not allow any backposting. So if the consultant gets any request when DBP is checked from the users to allow backposting, then it will not be allowed. Okay. If both the columns are not checked like in this company code, then it indicates that the backposting will be conditional based. So if both are not checked and we get a request from the user, that request has to come from a specific level which will be already discussed and identified before at the time of installation. So If the request comes from that person or that level, only then the ABP will be checked and the system will allow posting to the previous period. Alright, so this is what, so assigning the posting period will actually end the creation of the enterprise structure, and make sure during practice that you are entering the posting period immediately after the enterprise structure assignment is completed. Right? So this ends the enterprise structure part. The next session we're going to start the master data part. Hello everyone. So in this session we're going to talk about the purchasing process and the other activities related to purchasing. So basically let's understand what is purchasing. Purchasing is the process of acquiring the material or services required for carrying out business activities in the company code. Now this acquisition of material or services can be carried out either internally or externally. External will be from a vendor, internal will be from either another department or another plant. Now, there is another common term which is used along with purchasing called procurement. Are procurement and purchasing the same? The answer is definitely no. Purchasing is a specific process which is one of the steps of the procurement process. So, procurement is a larger process which indicates the complete process of the material procurement, the material purchase, identification, specifying the usage, okay, carry out the purchase process, receiving stock, verifying invoice, carrying out the invoice entry, and ends with vendor payment. So all these activities are part of the procurement process, whereas purchasing is one of the steps of procurement. Now, if procurement starts with identifying the material or service to be used by the planning department, then let's say where does the purchasing process start? In any situation, purchasing will start with a requirement or need. Whether it's an individual or a company, whenever there is a requirement, you're going to purchase it. So this requirement or need will be first sent to the stores department in the company. And if stock is available in the stores department, they issue it end of the matter. But in case the stock is not available in the store, then that requirement will be forwarded to the purchasing department. Now, in most of the situations, the requirement which is sent to the purchase department will be for material which is regularly maintained in stock or regularly purchased. So since the purchase department will already have the information about where to purchase, how much to purchase, by what date it has to be sent, the purchase department will directly create a purchase order for the relevant vendor, get the approval and send it to the vendor for supply. However, there are certain situations or in companies where the number of requirements received by the purchase department per day or per hour in certain cases are huge. So then the purchase department will create an internal list of requirements which is called as purchase requisition. And the next step would be approval of this purchase requisition, then identification of the sources for supply of for various requirements, then get the approval for the vendor list, and then create the purchase order. However, in case the material is purchased for the first time or after a long time, because the purchase department will not have the relevant purchase related information or purchase data. So for those items where the vendors are known, the purchase department will create a request for quotation document and send it to them after approval. Or in case material is purchased for the first time where the vendors are not known, they create a different document called global purchase bid document. So whether it's RFQ or GPB, they get the approval, send the RFQ to known vendors, or in case of GPB, print the document on websites or trade publications, that's your newspapers or trade magazines. The vendors who are interested in supplying the material, if it's an RFQ, then all the vendors who are interested in supplying specific material in that RFQ, they send their price list along with the terms and conditions, which will be maintained as quotation. Then we do the comparison of quotations. select or shortlist the vendors based on the quotations, and then get the approval for vendor selection in case it is a shortlist. Then after that, you create a purchase orders, get the approval, and send it to the vendor. Now, in most of the cases, once the requirement is sent to the purchase department, like I said earlier, the purchase order will be the most commonly created purchase document. So, in the SAP system, purchase order is the document which has a mandatory approval. Okay. Now, the various documents, purchase-related documents maintained in the system, in the SAP system, are these, and each of these documents have a unique identifier called document type, by which the application is going to differentiate between each of these documents. So each document in the SAP system is divided into three parts: header, item overview, and item detail. The header part of the document contains information common to all the items in the document, like payment terms, currency, the currency exchange rate, organizational data, document data, or the document status, the approval strategies, the validity period, all these things which are common to the all the items in the document are maintained in the header part. Item overview is where the list of items to be purchased is maintained. So here information maintained will be very brief, like material number, quantity, delivery date, purchase price, delivery plan, item category, account assignment category. So the brief information about the items to be purchased will be maintained here. Item detail will contain the details of each item, of all the items, item wise, in tab formats. So once we see the document, then you'll better understand what these parts are. So let's see how to create the first document, which is purchase requisition. Now, purchase requisition is a document which is used to maintain the list of items to be purchased, and it is created without reference to a vendor or a purchasing organization. This purchase requisition is more like a shopping list which an individual will maintain when they want to go shopping. So it's only an internal document, it's not sent outside the company code. Let's see how to create a purchase requisition. So we go back to the application. So creation of purchase requisition, transaction code is ME51N. So enter the transaction code. Okay, I seem to have been logged out. Just give me one moment. Let me log in. So here you enter the command ME51N and the screen will open. So this is the screen that you see. Click on create to create a new document. So the first field that you see here is the document type. Select the standard document type, which is MV. Next field is the document number. Leave it blank for internal assignment. Source determination, I will come to this in a little while. The item number will be the serial number. Now, since the purchase requisition is a purchase document, even this is divided into three parts: header, item overview, item detail. The header part of the purchase requisition contains only a text box in which certain information or any related information can be maintained by the users. whatever they want to maintain. There's no specific information about that. The item detail is where the details of the material to be purchased will be maintained. So enter the material number, the quantity that you want to purchase, the delivery date, and the client. For this, since this document is just an internal document, you can specify the purchase, specify the material for any number of plants, provided all those plants are within the company code. Now you're getting this error message called account assignment mandatory for material. The reason for this is because the material type of this material is maintained as a non-valuated non-stock material. So the solution for this during practice is to change the attributes of the material type from non-valuated non-stock to stock material. But for that, I need to first check the material type of that material. So we use the transaction code MM60 to check the material type of that material. Enter the plant codes here, VGP1 and VGP2. Click on execute. And here it will show me the material numbers and the material type. So except for 12001, which is of a different material type, all the other material type are of ROH material type. So now I need to go to the material type attribute. So we go to STRO IMG, Logistics General, Material Master, Basic Settings, Material Types, define attributes of material types, execute, select that material type, double click on quantity value updating, go to the relevant plant and check these boxes under quantity updating and value updating for all the relevant plants and save it. Done. So now go back to MA51N and create the document again. So when I press enter, the details of the material like the short text, the description, the unit of measurement, the delivery date format, material group, purchasing group will be automatically copied from the material master. And in the item detail part, the details of that item will be automatically updated. And since I've checked the source determination checkbox, system will show me the list of vendors who are authorized to supply that material to that plant on that specified date and at the price at which they are going to supply it. So all this data will be displayed when you check the source determination. For your initial practice, do not check the source determination checkbox. So just create it directly. Again, select the document type, enter the material numbers. So you can just enter the detail. So you can enter the data for any number of plants. since this is just an internal document. Since we have created two plans, I've just maintained the data for both the plans. Then once the data is entered, click on check here to check, allow the system to check if there are any errors. Once you get the message, no message is issued, that means all the data is accurate as per requirement, click on save. So like this, I can create as many purchase requisitions as are required. To change a purchase requisition, you go to ME52N and make the necessary changes. ME53N is used for displaying the purchase requisition data. All the data will be in display mode. Once you're done, to check the list of purchase requisitions, you can use the standard transaction code ME5A. Enter the criteria for pulling out the relevant list of purchase requisitions. Okay, I'm sorry for this. Just give me one moment. So you can use ME5A to enter the this is happening. Again, I seem to be getting disconnected by the system. Just give me one moment. Okay, sorry for this. Let me go back, and once you specify ME5A, you can enter any criteria to fill out the relevant data. So since we have just created one purchase requisition with two items in the document, it's just showing me one document with two items. Okay. So once the purchase requisition, this is how the purchase requisition activities are carried out. Next, we're going to talk about the request for quotation. Now, request for quotation is a document which is created by the company code for getting comparative prices from different vendors for various material services required in case either the information already available with the company code is outdated, or in case of a new material which the company is going to purchase for the first time. Okay. Now the data is common for all the vendors, and each request for quotation document will be created for a specific purchasing organization. So let's see how to create a request for quotation. Transaction code is MA41. An RFQ document, that's a request for quotation, can be created with reference to a purchase requisition or outline agreement, or copied from another RFQ document. Or you can also create it without reference by entering all the data manually. That's what we're going to do partially, and then we use the reference to purchase requisition. RFQ type identifies the document type of the document. Since RFQ, the standard document is AN, specify that. Language key identifies the language in which the data in the RFQ will be maintained. Universally, it is EN. RFQ date is the date on which you're going to create the document. Deadline identifies the date by which the vendors have to send the quotations. For your practice, you can enter the current date, but in the real time, there will be at least 7 days difference between the RFQ date, the document date, and the deadline date. Next would be to enter the relevant purchasing organization and a purchasing group. And these fields are used for maintaining any default data, which is common data for all or most of the items. Click on the reference to purchase requisition button to create the link to the purchase requisition document we have created. Enter the document number, press enter. Okay, just give me one moment. Okay, sorry for the delay. Uh, let's create another document here, purchase requisition document. Certain changes made which were not allowed in the standard system. Sorry for that. Just quickly enter the data. Just give me one moment. So enter the data in the RFQ, click on reference to purchase requisition, enter the document number. Pressing enter will take you to the header part where you can enter the information common to all the items. In the RFQ, there is an interesting field in the header part called collective number, which is used for grouping multiple RFQs and the resultant documents together based on some criteria. For example, if you want RFQ, if your company is creating a lot of RFQs based on a specific criteria, you can group all those RFQs together. For example, you can use the purchasing organization or material type purchased or the plan for which you're creating the purchase document. So like this, based on different criteria, you can maintain the collective number. Once you maintain the collective number, any other documents created based on the RFQ or the quotation, you can group them all together based on this collective number. And when you want to analyze how many RFQs have been totally created during a specified period based on the criteria, out of which how many, against which how many quotations have been received, how many were selected, and how many purchase orders were. So all this analysis can be carried out based on this collective number. So it's a 1 to 10 character alphanumeric code which can be uh, which is entered only by the users. They can enter whatever code they want. So just enter a 1 to 10 character code for your practice. Press enter and take you to the overview screen where you can enter the relevant data, the material numbers and the quotation, the quantities required to be delivered for that material, the delivery date for that material. You can enter any delivery date which is not of the current date, and then you can enter the plan. Now this plan, the delivery plan should be one which is handled by the purchasing organization. So press enter, you get these details. To maintain the header text, which is the terms and conditions common for all these items, go to the main menu, header, text and text overview. Then you can maintain the text. Now here it shows only 2 lines of data for each item. And if you have seen any quotations, usually there will be more than 2 lines of data. So if you want to maintain more than 2 lines of data for any of these header text items, select that item, click on long text screen, and it will open a Word document or a notepad, whichever is available in the system. So like this, you can enter as many lines of data for that particular item. Click on back and it will take you back to the main screen. And here it will show you more text check indicating that there is additional data which exists. So once you have entered all the relevant data, click on the vendor address button or press F7 to enter the vendor number. If you don't remember the vendor number, press F4 over there, go to vendors purchasing, enter the relevant purchasing organization and check for the vendor numbers. Enter the vendor number, press enter. Now to check how this document will be sent to the vendor, to maintain the output settings, click on the overview button after entering the vendor number. Click on the overview button, click on this messages icon, the printer icon, and here it will show you the options available for sending. You can select print output, fax, telex, EDI is email, or set it up as a SAP event or task. So usual setting for practice is print output. Once you have checked the data, go back to the vendor address, save it. Since the data that we entered so far except for the vendor number is common to all the vendors, I just need to enter the vendor number and click on save and the system will generate a RFQ number for that vendor. So like this, for each of the vendors that we have created, enter the vendor number, click on save to generate the RFQ number. So since we have 4 vendors, create the RFQ for all the 4 vendors. Okay. Once you're done creating the RFQ for all the vendors, exit the screen. You want to change the RFQ, go to MA42, enter the relevant RFQ number, document number, and make the necessary changes. MA43 is for display. Again, by document, you can display the data. MA44 is used for maintaining RFQ supplement. Now, supplement is used to maintain the changes to the header text only. In case the client wants to make any changes to only the header text, then they are going to use the MA44 to make those changes. ME9A is to send the RFQ document to the vendor. So select, go to ME9A, enter a range of document numbers and any other criteria, click on execute, and the system will show me the list of all the RFQ documents which are pending to be sent out to the vendor. So when you scroll down, the documents that we created will be displayed at the end. Select the documents that you want to send and click on output message. As per the output type defined in the document, system will automatically send it. To check the print preview for each of the documents, select the document and click on display message and it will show me the print preview. Now the layout that you see here is a standard layout. Okay. In case the client wants a different layout or they want to add some fields, you need to sit with the programmer and modify the program. Okay. So once it is sent out, the vendors are going to send in the quotations of the price list. So let's see how to maintain the quotation in the SAP system. So to maintain a quotation, we use the transaction code MA47. MA47 is both for creating and changing quotation. So enter the RFQ number and maintain the price. So that's all that you need to do. Just enter the price for the RFQ and it becomes a quotation. That's the only difference between an RFQ and a quotation document, which is maintaining the price in the SAP system. If price is maintained, then it becomes a quotation. So as you can understand, I'm just entering random numbers here. For your practice, whatever values you want to maintain, you can maintain them. Once you're done, you want to make changes, you go to MA47, enter the document number, and make the necessary changes. When maintaining the quotation, one interesting aspect is the value in the quotation can be automatically updated in the info record. So for that, double click on that material number to go to the item details. Use this field info update for selecting the relevant option. Usually option B is selected, which is update with plant information only when the vendor is not blocked in that specific plant. So once we select this option and click on save, when I go to the info record for that specific material, so when I now go to ME12 or ME13 for that vendor and material in that specific purchasing organization and plant, the price would be immediately updated as of this date, and the quotation number will also be automatically updated, indicating that this price is taken from that specific quotation. Like this, purchase info record price can be automatically updated from the quotation document. Okay, so you want to display the quotation, you go to MA49, MA48, enter the document number, and all the data will be in display mode, including the header text. Okay. After maintaining the quotations, now we need to do a comparison of quotations. So we go to MA49. In the SAP system, quotations are compared and ranked only on price. And for pulling out the relevant quotations, you need to enter the purchasing organization and either the quotation document number range or the collective number. Since we have already maintained collective number, enter the collective number and click on execute, and this is how the list will show, showing you the rank of the for each item and for the total document. The ranking for each item is to ensure the users can select each item from a different vendor, or if required they can select all the items from the same vendor, right? So this is how the ranking will look. So once you're done with the comparison of quotations, now we need to create a purchase order. So creation of purchase order can be done either with reference or without reference, using the same transaction code, which is ME21N. When we go to this transaction code, again this document is also divided into three parts: header, item overview, item detail. Sorry for that. So header, item overview, item detail. The first field is the document number, then document type is the first field, document number. Next is the vendor number. The header part contains all the data common to all the items, item overview and item detail. So to create a purchase order with reference, click on this document overview on button. Click on the selection variant button, select the relevant option, and create it with reference to a purchase requisition, RFQ quotation, purchase order, or outline agreements. Since we have just maintained the quotations, let's take the reference to the quotation. Select request for quotation, enter the criteria for pulling out the quotations. So since we have only 4 quotations for one purchasing organization, I'm just going to enter the purchasing organization. Based on the criteria entered, what is the maximum number of documents to be pulled out will be displayed here. For now, just leave it as it is. Click on execute and it will show me the list of all the documents meeting that criteria. So here we see each of the documents repeated 3 times, indicating that there are 3 items in each of these documents. Select the document based on which you want to create the document, create the purchase order, and click on adopt. When you click on adopt, the data already maintained in the quotation will be automatically copied. All the data will be automatically copied. So the header part, the header text, the item overview, the item detail part, everything will be automatically updated. Now the error that we are getting indicates that the controlling area which we created earlier, the control indicators does not exist. That means the controlling area is not yet activated. So this you are not going to get in the real time because the controlling area would have been activated. Just to show you that you may get this type of error, I have not activated it. So go to IMG, controlling, general controlling, organization, maintain controlling area. Click on execute, double click on maintain controlling area. And you'll see the list of all the controlling areas created in the server. Click on position, enter your controlling area. Select the controlling area and double click on this option, activate components and control indicators. You'll see a blank screen like this. Click on new entries and here enter the current year, the calendar year, and save it. No need to do anything else. Now go back to ME21N and create the document. So again, click on document overview on, selection variant, RFQ, enter the criteria, click on execute, select the document, click on adopt. Once the data is copied, again select the next item, click on adopt. The second item will be automatically added, or you can also select the item, drag and drop it to the shopping cart. One purchase order can be created only for one vendor. If you try to include another vendor's data here, system will give an error saying the reference vendor differs from the vendor for the document, and it will not allow you to continue further until you remove that reference material. To remove it, select that item and click on this delete button and click on yes. Okay. So once all the data from the document, the relevant document, is copied to the system, click on the messages button to see how the output, how this document will be sent to the vendor, and click on communication method to see the details, and then click on check to see if there are any errors. Okay, the status will show me the total quantity which is ordered and the total value of the document. Now, usually when we click on check, there is an additional tab which will appear called a release strategy. Now, the release strategy will indicate the type of upload process. If the release strategy is not assigned and you save the document, this document can be used only for display purposes. You will not be allowed to, because the document will not be approved, the document cannot be sent out to the vendor. Okay. So once the purchase order is created, if you want to change the purchase order, you go to ME22N and make the necessary changes to the document. If this is not the document that you created, click on the other document button and search for the relevant document. Press F4 in the pop-up and enter your command to load the relevant document. So here this is the document number, and it's 723, and make the necessary changes. On the display, you go to ME23N and display the document. You want to make changes to the header text to maintain the purchase order supplement. You go to ME24, enter the document number and make the necessary changes. ME2M is list by document number. So here I can enter a range of material numbers and click on execute, and the system will show me all the purchase orders created by material number. So based on the material number, it will show me the purchase orders which have been created. Or you want to search by vendor, you go to ME2L, enter the range of vendor numbers, click on execute, and it will show me the document of the purchase orders created by vendor number. right? Now, if I want to send this document to the vendor, ME9F, and I click on execute, it will show me the document number. Select the document and click on output message and it is sent. Select the document, click on display message and it will show me the document layout as designed in the SAP system. So this is again a standard layout. If you want to make changes to this layout with your programmer at the time of initial installation, we'll make the necessary changes to the document so that the users have the document as required. Okay. So once it is sent out, end of the purchase order. To create a purchase order without reference, you again go to ME21N, select the document type, enter the vendor number, enter the relevant material numbers. So here again, if you don't remember the material numbers, press F4 in the material column, go to plant description by enter the relevant plant, and you get the list of material within the plant. So select the relevant material number, enter the quantity, specify the delivery date, and enter the plant where the delivery needs to be made. Specify the purchasing organization, the purchasing group. And since there is no info record maintained for that item and vendor, enter the price. Okay. Click on check, and if there are no errors, click on save. Again, you go to ME9F to send the document to the vendor. And select the document, display message to see how the document will look. Now, another method of creating the purchase order is by converting a purchase requisition to a purchase order. The purchase requisition can be converted to a purchase order automatically, provided these following prerequisites are maintained in the system. So in the material master, the auto clear checkbox must be checked in the purchasing view. The vendor master automatic purchase order checkbox has to be checked, and info record should exist, and the items in the purchase requisition should have a vendor assigned to it. So let's see how to create it. First, we create a purchase requisition. So I go to ME51N, create a purchase requisition, on create, select the document type, which is ND, first I create the material with auto PO checking settings. So go to M101, select the industry sector and the material type, select the views, enter the plant, so the location, auto PO, base unit of measure, material groups, enter some weight. The entries are all standard except for this particular checkbox. So checking this box will indicate that this material in this plant will have the purchase order created automatically. Enter some temperature conditions and maintain the valuation class. Save it. Likewise, create a vendor. Go to XK01, enter the company code, purchasing organization, purchasing group, enter the reference if required, automatically copy the data, enter the name of the vendor. All the data is the same except in the purchasing data screen here. You have to check this automatic purchase order checkbox. Save it. vendor is created. Now maintain the purchasing info record for that vendor, material, in that purchasing organization and plan. Specify the details, save it. Now create a purchase requisition. Go to create, select the standard document type, enter that material number, enter some quantity, specify the delivery date, and enter the plant. Click on save. So once the document is created, go to MA57 to assign the vendor manually to the document. Enter the criteria to pull out the document. Click on execute and it will show me all the documents which have not been assigned by vendor. Select the relevant document, click on assign manually and enter the vendor number that we just created. If you don't remember the vendor number, press F4 again and search for it. And you can enter the relevant vendor number and click on assign source of supply. So once this green line is assigned, click on save, indicating that this vendor has been assigned to this purchase requisition for this material using this info record. So again, when we go back and enter the same criteria, click on execute, system will not show the document because the vendor is already assigned. Once it is assigned, now we need to convert the purchase requisition to a purchase order. So we go to the transaction code MA59M, enter the criteria to pull out the document and convert it, click on execute. So if all the prerequisites have been maintained properly and the document is also created properly, the system will automatically show me the document created on that vendor. So this is the purchase order number. When I double click on it, it will show me the purchase order created. Okay. Now all I need to do is send the document to the vendor. Go to ME9F, get the approval and send it to the vendor. Okay. So in this way, I can automatically convert the purchase requisition to a purchase order. Now our purchase requisition had only one item, and in the real time there will be a lot of items for a lot of plans. So when we go to ME59M, this second subscreen will specify on what criteria the system has to create a purchase order from the items in the purchase requisition. So the criteria will pull out a lot of purchase requisitions, and since in each document there will be a lot of items, the second subscreen will identify on what criteria the purchase order has to be created. Okay. So the next item is after purchase order, we're going to talk about outline agreements. Outline agreements are a type of purchase order like documents which are used for purchasing the material services which are required to be delivered over a longer period of time. Now, as you can see in a purchase order, the delivery can be maintained, delivery is specified to be on a specific date, right? So all this quantity has to be delivered only on a specific date. Now in a purchase order, we do have an option to schedule the delivery for 3 or 4 different dates, but they have to be within the same posting period. Okay. But whereas, what if the delivery has to be done over 2 months, 3 months, or maybe even 6 months, or maybe even a year? Then for those types of purchase activities, we go with the outline agreements. There are 2 types of outline agreements, contracts and scheduling agreements. Contracts are normally used in situations where the total quantity to be purchased is known beforehand within that period, but not the actual delivery dates. Whereas scheduling agreement will be created in situations where not only the overall quantity for the total period is known, but the specific delivery dates and the quantities required on those delivery dates is also known in advance. So in a contract, the overall quantity and the within the total period, for that detail, the contract document will be created, and against that contract document, whenever the company requires the quantity to be delivered by the vendor within that period, an additional document called release order against contract will be. Alright, sorry for that. There was a tire burst somewhere in the back end. Sorry for that. There was a tire burst or a vehicle backfired. Now, coming back, the additional document called release order against contract will be sent specifying the actual quantity to be delivered on a specific date within the overall time period. The scheduling agreement, because the specific quantities and dates will be known in advance, an additional document called delivery schedule or schedule line will be maintained, indicating the quantity and the date on which it has to be delivered. So the scheduling agreement document along with the delivery schedule will be sent to the vendor, which will indicate the dates and the quantities to be delivered. Whereas in a contract, after the agreement document is sent, this additional document has to be sent to the vendor specifying the quantity and the delivery date. Contracts are normally of two types, quantity contract and value contract. Quantity contracts are normally used for stock or non-stock material where the criteria will be the quantity ordered, whereas value contracts are for services or direct consumables where the criteria will be the value of the item ordered. The standard document types for the quantity contracts and scheduling agreement. The contracts and scheduling agreement is this: quantity contract, monetary contract, and scheduling agreement. Let's see how to create a contract document. The transaction code for both quantity contract and value contract is the same, and the quantity contract or value contract can be created with reference or without reference. So let's see how to create the document without reference. So we go to the transaction code ME31K, enter the vendor number. Here you can enter any vendor number. The agreement type will be either MK or WK, quantity contract or value contract. The method of creating the document in the SAP system is the same for both value contract and quantity contract, except for one specific field, which I'm going to point out to you in a little while. So for now, we're going to create a quantity contract. So select the document type as MK. Agreement date is the date of the document. Agreement is the document number. Leave it blank for internal assignment. Enter the purchasing organization and the purchasing group. So here again, like RFQ, you can enter some default data or common data for all the items or most of the items. If there's no common data, leave it blank. A contract can be created with reference to a purchase requisition or with reference to a quotation or copied from another contract document. So now just leave it blank and press enter. It'll take me to the header part where you need to specify the validity period. And as always, I'm just entering some random period. The only difference between the quantity contract and value contract in the SAP system for creating is this field, the target value field. In the value contract, this field becomes a mandatory field, whereas in the usual real-time, real-world situation for the quantity contract, this field will not even be displayed. Right? Press enter, maintain the details about the material which are required. So enter the client. You don't remember the material numbers, just press F4, select the material, enter the quantity which is required to be delivered, specify the rate, enter the client, and press enter. So like in RFQ, if you want to maintain the header text, go to header, text, text overview, or press F8 and maintain the details. You want to check how the document will be sent, click on this messages button and check the output type. So once all the data is entered, click on save. The system will automatically create the document. Change it, ME32K. Enter the document number and make the necessary changes. ME33K to display the document. ME34K to maintain the supplement. ME9K to send the document to the vendor. Select the document, click on output message, and it is sent. After sending the document, now I need to create a release order against contract. So we go to the transaction code ME21N and create a purchase order document with reference to a contract. So when a purchase order is created with reference to a contract, the document will be called as a release order. Okay. Enter the criteria to pull out the contract. Select the document, click on adopt. Again, all the data will be automatically copied except for the quantity and delivery date in the real time. So here you're going to specify the quantity and the date within that specific period that you want to be delivered. So once this data is entered, click on check, and if no messages, click on save. Then once this document is approved, you go to ME9F and send the document to the vendor. So on that day, the vendor is going to deliver that much quantity to the plant against the contract document. If you want to check the print preview, click on this print preview also, and it will show me that it is a purchase order because I've used the standard document. But in the item detail, here it will display that it is a release order against contract, number so and so, document number so and so, and item so and so. Okay. So with sending this release order to the vendor will be able to supply the material. Coming to a scheduling agreement, the method of creation is almost the same. The fields, everything will be the same except we're going to use ME31L to create the document. The document layout will be the same except for the document type and of course the usage of the document. So here again, you enter the validity period, enter the material number, enter the quantity that you want to be delivered, enter the price, plant, all the data is entered, click on save. Once the document is created, now you go to ME32L to change the document details. ME33L to display the document, ME34L to make changes to the supplement that is the header text, ME9L to send the document to the vendor. Select the document, click on output message and it's sent. Select the document, click on display message, it will show me how the layout will look. Again, it's a standard layout. Any changes will be done before the application is installed. Against this document, I need to now create a delivery schedule. So we go to the transaction code ME38, enter the document number, double click on the required material number and maintain the schedule on which date how much quantity has to be delivered within the overall period and the quantity specified. So let me just make an entry over here. When you enter the details and press enter, in case the delivery date falls on a holiday or on a weekend, then the system will show me the next workday option. So if you want, you can make a change or you can just leave it as it is. Similarly, in case the delivery date falls outside the validity period, then you will get this warning message. However, in the real time, you will never get, the end users will never get any warning about the validity period because the dates are calculated beforehand and specified. So there's no chance that the delivery date or the total quantity is going to exceed the limit. Neither the delivery date will exceed the validity period nor the quantity will be greater than the target quantity. So just to show you how it works, I'm going to show you the differences. Once the schedule is maintained, you want to display, you want to make changes, you go back to ME38 and make the necessary changes. Okay. To display the document, display the details, you go to ME39 and double click on the relevant material number to display the details. You want to send it, you go to ME9E, enter the scheduling agreement document number, select the document, click on output. You want to display, click on display and display the So based on this schedule, the vendor is supposed to deliver the quantities specified here on that specified date. So this is how the purchasing process and user activities are carried out for various documents. In the next session, we're going to talk about the configuration of purchasing. Hello everyone. So in this session, we're going to start the configuration of material master. Now material master, whenever we create a material, after entering the material type and industry sector, we get to see the list of views out of which the relevant views can be selected. So the first configuration that we're going to talk about is how to maintain that combination of views, and in each view, how to specify the combination of subscreens. So this element subscreen sequence is used for maintaining the combination of views and subscreens for each criteria, for each combination of criteria. These criteria are username, that is the SAP username, the transaction code, material type, and industry sector. We can use any one or a combination of these criteria for creating and assigning the screen sequence. So basically, username will be used when the client requires a specific set of views only to be available for specific users. For instance, people in the sales department need to access only the basic data and the sales data and not any other type of data. Similarly, purchasing department employees may be restricted to only basic data and purchasing data. So we use the username combination, username criteria to create the screen sequence containing only those combinations of views and subscreens, and when we assign it to that user, when that user logs in, he will be restricted to only those views, right? So like this, based on any of these criteria, we can create a screen sequence and assign it so that when that specific criteria or the condition is met, the relevant combination of views and subscreens are available for use. Now, since the screen sequence should contain only those views and subscreens, the standard SAP system comes with certain predefined views, predefined screen sequences, which can be used for creating a new screen sequence. So the standard screen sequence, which contains all the views and subscreens as defined by SAP, is 21. Now, each screen sequence is identified by a two-character alphanumeric code, whereas the criteria are identified with a 1 to 4 character code called screen reference. Okay? So we use the standard screen sequence 21, copy it to create a new screen sequence, which will contain all the views and subscreens as required for that criteria. Create a code for that criteria called screen reference, and use the combination of screen references to assign that screen sequence so that when that condition is met, the relevant screen sequence gets triggered. So let's see how to create and assign a new screen sequence. Let me log into the server. Just give me one moment. Since all the configuration activities happen in the IMG screen, so we go to SPRO IMG. Now we go to Logistics General, Material Master, configuring the Material Master. First step would be to define the screen sequence. So we use the option define structure of data screens for each screen sequence. Click on execute, and you'll see the list of all the screen sequences already maintained in this system. I'm just taking a little bit more time than expected. Just need to wait. So once it displays the list of all the screen sequences, select the standard screen sequence, which is 21. Click on copy as, and enter a new code starting with the letter Y or Z. And it has to start with Y or Z. And the description here for practice, I'm just entering screen sequence 1, but in the real time, please ensure that you clearly identify for what purpose you are creating this screen sequence. So if you're creating it for the combination of raw material and mechanical engineering industry sector, with the description as such, ROH in mechanical engineering industry sector. So that later on, once you start working, once you start doing other things, you may forget why you have created that screen sequence. So this description will clearly specify for what reason you have created it, right? Now the reason why it should start with Y or Z is because there are a few predefined screen sequences. So to differentiate user-specific screen sequence from the predefined list, we use the letter Y or Z. So any screen sequence starting with the letter Y or Z, the consultants will understand that it is created as per the client requirement and normally will not be changing that. So once it is copied, once you get the copy confirmation, select that screen sequence, double click on data screens, and it will show me the list of all the views which are available for selection. We get to see a total of 68 views. Now each of these views is identified by a screen number. This is the screen sequence, screen number, the description, screen control, which manages how the display will look, the maintenance status indicating what type of data is maintained in that view, GUI status, the kind of interaction, the graphical user interface screen, and the alternate description. Now, the application will be able to identify whether it's a main data screen or additional data screen by using this maintenance status column. If you see only one or two entries here, then the screen is a main data screen. However, if you see a lot of entries like this, then that view is a additional data screen, because the values in the additional data screen should be common for all the views. That is why the maintenance status column will have almost all the view list. Okay. So if you don't want, obviously we don't want to maintain all the 68. So select those views that we don't want and delete them. So the way to delete it is just selecting the views that you have that you're going to keep and deselecting those that you want to maintain. Okay. You can also select the additional data screens here. So all those views that I have deselected, they're the ones that I'm going to keep. All those that are selected, I'm going to delete. And make sure that you are making the changes in the screen sequence that you have created. Do not make any changes to the standard screen sequence 21, either in practice or in the real time. Okay. So once it makes the changes, you get the message number of dependent entries deleted. It means it's done. So now I'm left with only 18 views. Okay. Select a view, double click on subscreens to see the list of subscreens. Click on view data screen and it will display the complete screen as designed by SAP. So here I have material description, general data, material authorization, dimensions, competitor, packaging, and basic data text, which are a total of 7 subscreens. But if I look at the list, I see there are a total of 10 subscreens. So this is the screen sequence, screen number, that is the data screen number, the order number in which the subscreens are going to appear, and the screen number of the subscreen. So when I look at this, at the bottom I have 3 subscreens with the same number. When I select a subscreen and click on view subscreen, it shows me just a blank screen. Almost every view will have at least one blank screen so that in case any additional data has to be displayed in the view, I can use that blank screen to add that field in an additional subscreen. Okay. So like I said, almost every view will have at least one subscreen. Now, if I don't want all the subscreens, in fact, during practice, I'm only entering material description, general data, and dimensions. So since I'm not using the other subscreens, I can as well delete them. So select the first subscreen, view subscreen, it will show me what it is. Deselect, go to the next one. This also I require. Deselect, go to the next one. If you don't want this subscreen, all you need to do is just delete it. So like this, when I delete, it will automatically remove that subscreen. So select the next one, click on view subscreen, you don't want that, delete it. So when I'm deleting it, it is not changing the total number of subscreens. The 10 numbers is still the same. The reason is the total number of subscreens cannot be reduced using this screen. For that, you need to go back to the data screen list and use the screen control column and change the value to select less number of subscreens. So when I select this one, 4000, then the total number of subscreens available in this view are going to be reduced to 6. Right? And if you want to change the order of the subscreens, let's say I want the general data to be the first subscreen, then material description, then dimensions. Then you can use these, select that view, use these buttons to move the subscreen up or down. Now, even though we have selected only one line, if you still get this message, save the data, exit the transaction, and then execute it again. Because sometimes the system will still, in the back end, have selected a line. So in order to deselect it, just exit the transaction completely and execute the transaction. So that way, all the selections will be deselected. So when you execute, go back and select your view and make the necessary changes. I'm just waiting again for the application to complete its transaction. Again, once the views are displayed, select the view, go to data screen, select the data screen, double click on views, select the subscreen, move it up or down. So when I move it, It's going to change. Now when I look at the data screen, I have general data, material and dimensions. So whatever is the order required by the client, I can move the subscreens around. But when I want to maintain the order of the main data screens, I do not have an option to change the order here. Okay. For that, once the screen sequence is completed, all the screen sequence are created and their relevant views and subscreens are selected, exit the transaction, go back to the IMG screen. Now you go to maintain order of main and additional screens, execute, double click on your relevant screen sequence, and here you maintain the order. So instead of the order being 1, 2, 3, 4, here the order numbers are 10, 20, 30. So select the order in which the views have to be displayed. And this to be the third, fourth, fifth, and I want this to be the sixth one, and this one to be the 7, and 8. Then I want MRP to be 9, 10, 11, and 12. So we selected 12 main screens, so all the 12 have been maintained in the order. Okay. Now that I have created the screen sequence and maintained the order of main and additional screens and also the subscreens, now I need to assign it to my criteria. So I go to assign screen sequences, click on execute. Now in order to assign to these criteria, I need to first create the screen reference code for each of the criteria. So on the left, I have the options for creating the screen references. Double click on material type screen reference, go to the material type which is ROH. We go to ROH and give a 1 to 4 character alphanumeric code. Let's say I'm just going to give VGR. Similarly, double click on industry sector screen reference and assign a new code for the mechanical engineering industry sector. Ensure that the code that you want to assign is not already created in the system. So once you have assigned the code, click on save. Now go to screen sequence control, click on new entries. Transaction screen reference is 01. User screen reference, specify star, that is any user. Material type screen reference VGR, industry screen reference is V, screen sequence is YB. The effect of this is what I've just done is any user using any transaction code, if they access material type identified by the screen reference, in the industry sector identified by the screen reference, the combination of views and subscreens to be defined is identified by this screen sequence. Once you enter it and press enter, you have to get this message one entry chosen at the bottom. If you even get a warning messages here are also equivalent to error messages. It simply indicates the combination of criteria and the screen sequence you have entered is not accepted by the system. But if you get this message one entry chosen, it means the combination of criteria and the screen sequence you have entered is accepted. Now before I save it, let's see what is the standard sequence and what is the effect of this change. So let me open the material and I'm going to change it here. Display the change material screen. Enter one of the material that we created. Now I get to see the standard. So the order is also basic data 1, basic data 2, purchasing, foreign trade, order types, and then time data. Then we have store location, stock plan, stock WM. All these are there. So now let's save the changes we just made. Data is saved. Now I go back to the same screen execute the transaction again so that the changes are activated. Select. Now when I press enter, I get only the shortened list, right? And they are in the order in which I have maintained it. And the additional screens which were available earlier are not getting displayed because my screen sequence does not include all those additional views, right? When I select basic data and check that basic data, again it only shows me 3 subscreens as created in my screen sequence. Yay! So this is how I create and assign a screen sequence for any type of activity. Now the criteria can be anything that you require, that the client requires. So you can create as many screen sequences and assign it for a particular combination. One very important thing to remember during the assignment is this first row, which shows 0, 1, star, 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 and the standard screen sequence 21. This entry should be always displayed on the screen. Okay, that means you should not be making any changes to this first row data, nor should you be deleting it. Whether it is in practice or in the real time, this entry should always be there. Now, in case for any reason this entry is not there, the system will not allow you to carry out any material master related transactions. You will not be allowed to create, change, display, anything. And without material changes or anything, you cannot obviously carry out transactions with the latest data. So that means it will not allow you to make any changes. Now, if it is changed or if it is deleted for any reason and you try to add it back, system will not allow you to add it back. The only solution would be to reinstall SAP, and that's not a small thing, as you can understand. Okay, so please be careful when you are creating. Don't make any creating a screen sequence. Don't make any changes to the standard screen sequence. And when you are assigning, do not make any changes to the first row. The first row should always be there. Okay. Hello everyone. In this session, we're going to continue the configuration of Material Master. Now we're going to look at the field selection. In the screen sequence, we were able to manage the combination of views and subscreens, but not the individual fields. The reason is screen sequence is only for maintaining the combination of views and subscreens. In order to maintain field selection, since the fields are linked to a database field, the actual configuration of the field selection is to be maintained on the database field itself. So the fields, when you're going to manage, they can be managed based on any one or a combination of these criteria: username, transaction code, material type, industry sector, and plant. These criteria are called as field references. For screen sequence, the criteria were called as screen references. So for field selection, they're called as field references, and they are also identified with a 1 to 4 character alphanumeric code. Now, the status of any field can be maintained in one of the 4 modes or 4 states: mandatory mode, optional mode, display or non-editable mode, and hidden or suppressed. Now, the reason why we don't have a delete is, like I said, the status will be maintained directly on the database field. So any field which is not required has to be only hidden. It cannot be deleted. Okay. So in the same way, the fields which are made to be mandatory, when you make it as mandatory, in the database also, the field will be made as a mandatory field, right? Now, the fields, there are certain fields within the material master which are connected or related to other fields. So all these fields that are connected or related to other fields, either in the same view or other views, are already grouped in the standard system, that is both the IDS and non-IDS systems. And this grouping is identified with a 3-digit number called field grouping code, and it ranges between 1 and 240. In the standard system, the grouping is already done by SAP for us. So all we need to do is select the relevant grouping code and check what status we need to maintain for all the fields within that grouping code. So the steps involved would be first to create a list of fields by each view along with how they need to be managed. Then we need to get the database table and field name information for each of those fields. Then we need to get the grouping code, and then based on the grouping code, we need to maintain the field status in one of these four states. So let's see how to do this. I've taken the example of the basic data view and I've taken about 6 fields. Base unit of measure, once it is maintained in the master record, it should not be allowed to be changed. It should not be changeable for any material. Similarly, old material number and external material group have indicated that they are not required for any material. Division, I've made it mandatory for finished products and not required for raw material. Similarly, lab and office, on the other hand, should be made mandatory for raw material type material and not required for finished goods type of material. And product allocation, I've mentioned it as not required for mechanical engineering industry sector. Let's say if this is the type of field selection required for some of the fields in the basic data view, then let's see how to carry out the configuration. Now the first thing, the second step that we need to do is to get the database table and field name information. For that, we need to go to the screen sequence that we created and check the relevant data, open the relevant data screen and check the relevant data. So let's see how to get this data. So let me open the application. Once you have logged into the system, to the application, go to SPRO IMG, Logistics General, Material Master, configuring the Material Master, define structure of data screens for each screen sequence, click on Execute. And once the screen sequence list is displayed, select the relevant view, open the data screens and go to the subscreens. Once you're in the subscreen list screen, click on the View Data Screen button, go to that particular field, press F1, and in the Help screen, click on this Technical Information button, the hammer and spanner button, and you get to see the technical information about that field, including the database and field name information. So like this, for each and every field, go to that field, press F1, click on the technical information button and make a note of the database table and field name. So like this, all the fields, just press F1, technical information, make a note of the table name and field name. Once you have all this information, come out of this screen. Now the next step would be to get the grouping code, right? So once I have these fields, go back to the IMG screen. Now we go to the next option called field selection. Assign fields to field selection groups. Click on execute. The fields in the screen are arranged by the table name and field name in alphabetical order. First the table name, then the fields within the table in alphabetical order. So the fields that we want to use are all in the same table, MARA, and the first field alphabetically is BISMT. So go to that particular field. When you're scrolling down, if you observe on the right, this is the grouping code already assigned to each field by SAP itself. As you can see, there are a lot of fields in the 190 table, and you also have some fields in the 119, 174, 143. Like this, the grouping is already done. If we come to the MIRA table, the first field is BISMT. This is the grouping code. The next one, alphabetically, is the EXTWG field. We go back, go to EXTWG, check the grouping code. So like this, for each and every field, check and make a note of the grouping code in alphabetical order. Once you have this, again, you need to go back to the IMG screen. Now we go to maintain field selection for data screens. Click on execute. Enter the grouping code. The first one alphabetically, we have 11. So enter the grouping code 11 here in the grouping code field. And you'll see that it contains only one field. Now, old material number, we have specified that it is not required for any material. So that means, irrespective of the material type, username, transaction code, or even industry sector, the field should not be visible. So that means the field selection has to be carried out based on the transaction code. So these are the field references, the criteria which are already defined in this standard system. Our transaction codes are MM01, 02, and 03. So go to those transaction codes and select the option hide to indicate that this field is going to be hidden for these transaction codes. Alright, so similarly, go to the next one, which is EXTWG 151. Enter the grouping code. Extend the material group. Again, this is not required for any material. So again, based on the transaction code, I'm going to hide it. The next one would be product allocation 6. Product allocation, we said it is not required for material created under the mechanical engineering industry sector. So because it is industry sector specific, I need to select the code for the industry sector, which is M. So enter the grouping code, which is 6. Product allocation under M field reference, make it as hidden. The next one would be LABOR 10, lab and office. Lab and office, we specified that it should be mandatory for raw material and not required for finished goods. That means based on the material type, we're going to carry out the field selection. So enter the grouping code, which is 10, lab and design office. So finished product, the code is FERT. So FERT, it should be hidden. Raw material, the code is ROH. So scroll down to ROH and make it as a mandatory entry. Similarly, the next one is basic data, which is base unit of measure. Grouping code is 1. Base unit of measure is, it should not be allowed to be changed. Once it is maintained, it should not be changeable. So that means, again, based on the transaction code, go to MM02 and make it as a display mode. Now, mind you, the field should be visible, but it should not be editable. So that means it should be in display mode. So select display. And the last one is division. Division should be mandatory for finished goods and not required for raw materials. So enter the grouping code 90. And in grouping code 90, we have a lot of fields. So we require division, so division should be mandatory for FERT and not required, which is hidden for ROH. Once you're done, save the selection. But before we select, let's see how the fields look before we confirm those changes. We go to MM02, enter one of the two material numbers, select the basic data view, and all the fields are editable and they're not display or hidden. But once I confirm these changes, save the changes, right? These field selection values will be activated. Now when I go back and check the same material, as you can understand, those fields will now be no longer visible. So we don't have old material number, extra material group. Base unit of measure is in non-edit mode. Lab or office is mandatory. I don't have division. I don't have product allocation. Yeah, the field selection is selected. At the same time, let's also select another material. Let's say we select a material of material type, finished product, or FERT. Here you can select any material. Let's say I'm going to select this material, random. Select the basic data view again. Now division becomes mandatory and old material number, lab or office is not there. Product allocation is visible because this material is not for mechanical engineering. How to confirm? Go to MM01, enter the same material number. And you'll see the industry sector is food and related. So since it is not mechanical engineering, the product allocation field is now visible. So like this, based on the requirement, the client requirement, we can manage the different field selections which are required in different views and subscreens. So once you're done with your practice, if you're working on a practice server, please change the settings back to the standard by going back and forth between what your selection was and how it should be effective. Once I've undone the changes, now when I go back to the material and select basic data 1 and check the information, I should see all the fields back to the standard display, right? So similarly, the material that we created also, and we check the grouping, the fields will be back to normal. So in this way, based on the client requirement, I can manage all the field selections required. Now, one interesting thing is in grouping code 90, we have a lot of fields which will be affected the same way. Now, what if the client says they want to have the field selection affected only for one of those fields? Then what to do? So in that scenario, go to double click on any of the field references and you'll see the list of all these grouping codes and how to manage them for that particular field reference code. Okay, so against each grouping code, click on this icon and it will display the fields in that group. Keep clicking on this icon to see if you can find any groups which will not have any fields. And yes, there are certain grouping codes which will not have any fields in them. You only need to search for them. So here grouping code 8 does not have any fields. So what I can do is, since the client wants to affect only the division field out of the and not affect the other fields, I'm going to move this particular field to grouping code 8, which is a blank blank grouping code. How to do that? Check the table name and field name for that field. Go back to assign fields to field selection groups and scroll down till you come to that particular table name and field name, which is MARASPART, and simply enter the new grouping code for that particular field. Save it. Now what will happen? Grouping code 8 will have only one field, and that field can be maintained as per the client requirement now, and it's not going to affect any other field left out in the previous grouping code, right? So this way I can manage to separate a specific field and maintain separate field status for that field also, provided I know how to do that. Now that you know how to do it, later on when you get that option, you can also do the field selection for a specific field. Okay. Now when I maintain the field selection here, the field references are already created. Because this is a practice system, the field references are already created. In the real time, field references will not be predefined. You have to create all the field references required. How to create a new field reference? Just click on new entries here, enter a new 1 to 4 character field reference code starting with Y or Z, and maintain your field selection. So I'm going to just enter a random code and maintain certain field selections. Some of the fields that we specified as not required, I'm going to change them to hide, so that wherever I can assign this field reference. Now once I create the field reference, where can I use it? I can assign this field reference code to a new industry sector or a material type or a username or even to a plant. So for one of these 4 options, I can create and assign a new field reference code. For material types, for transaction codes, you cannot create a random code. You have to use the same code as the field reference code as that of the transaction code. Okay, so that's the reason a new field reference code for the transaction code has to be the same as the transaction code. Alright, so since I have created and maintained certain field settings in that grouping code, in that field reference code, let's see how to, sorry for that background noise. So as I was saying, since we have created a new field reference code, I can assign it to a new industry sector. So let's see how to create a new industry sector and assign this field reference code to that. Okay. So for that, again, go back to the IMG screen, go to the next transaction, which is define industry sector and industry sector specific field selection. Industry sector is identified by a 1-character alphanumeric code. So let's use the code 4 for, let's take boiler industry. So click on new entries, enter the code, description, and enter the field reference code. It's as simple as that. There's nothing else that you need to create. Click on save. Now after creating a new industry sector and assigning the field reference, I can also go back to the screen sequence assignment and change the screen sequence assignment from the standard industry sector mechanical to the industry sector that I have created. So go back to industry sector screen reference and change the screen reference code for the standard mechanical engineering back to M, which is standard, and assign the code that we assigned to the previous industry sector to the new one that we have created. So now the screen sequence that we have assigned for this combination will now be applicable to the new industry sector. So let's see how it affects. So create a material of that material type, go to MM01, select the industry sector that we just created, select the standard material type, which is ROH, enter one of the material numbers. So now the view selection will be as per the screen sequence that we have created and in the same order that we have maintained. So yeah, it has changed. Enter the plant, storage location, and now you see the field selection is also restricted. There are very few fields and the subscreens are also as per the screen sequence that we have maintained. Since we have maintained it only for basic data 1, the other screens you will not see any difference. But as you can understand, the field selection that we did for the basic data view can also be carried out for any other view in the same way. We just need to create the list of fields that we need to manipulate and specify how they should be manipulated. Then you get the database table and field name information. Then you check for the grouping code. Then based on the grouping code, you maintain the field selection to maintain the fields in one of these 4 states. Pretty easy, huh? Mm-hmm. Now the next configuration is a pretty interesting one. We are talking about plant specific field selection and screen selection. Now, why do we need to maintain field selection or screen sequence at plant level or screen selection plant level? Probably because based on the plans, there are certain activities which may not be carried out based on the business activities. In certain plants, you may only have production related activities. In some plants, you may have only sales related. In some other plants, you only have service related. So based on the type of activities carried out in each plant, your client may want to have only those types of views, and in each of those views, only specific types of fields to be visible. So if that is the scenario, then you go to this define plant specific field selection and plant specific screen selection and maintain the combination of maintenance status codes. So these are all the maintenance status codes that are available for use. Let's say one of the plants, the 2 plants that we created, this plant is only for sales, so I should not have any data relating to purchasing and production. Okay, and so work scheduling is not required, classification is not required, MRP is not required, purchasing is not required, production resources, costing, forecasting, quality management, these are not required for this plant. So let's go ahead and delete those maintenance status codes. So I don't want A, C, D, E, F, A, even G is not required, costing, then forecasting and quality management. G, P, and Q are not required. So G, P, and Q. I'm just going to delete those maintenance status codes and enter the field reference code that I have created earlier, even though you can create a new field reference code for this plant to maintain the fields as required. Save the entry. Now, let's say I extend the material that we just created to the second plant. So in the first plant, we did maintain the purchasing views. Okay. So I select the purchasing view also, and I enter the second plant, storage location. Until the plant is specified, system will not show any difference, right? But when you maintain the data for that plant, if you remember when we extended the material layer, the system showed us the purchasing view first. But now we are seeing the plant data storage. And if I try to select purchasing view here, it will show me that purchasing is not selectable here because this plant purchasing is not there. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back. So in this session, we're going to look at the remaining configurations of the material master. The next configuration, we'll be talking about the material type configuration. Since the standard SAP system includes about 50 predefined material types for use, creation of completely new material types is not permitted or possible. So the configuration of material types include these activities, which are assigning new codes to material types, specifying the views for which data can be maintained, and specify the purchase type, whether it is internal or external, maintain whether the material of that material type will be treated as a valuated stock material or otherwise, define the default price control type for the valuation price, and maintain the number ranges based on which the material number will be assigned to the material of that material type. So let's see how to carry out these activities. Go back to the IMG screen. Now we go to Logistics General, Material Master, Basic Settings, Material Types. Define attributes of material types. Click on Execute. The reason why we assign new codes to existing material types is because the standard material type codes may not be easily remembered by the end user. So to make it easy for them to remember the codes, we assign new codes as per the client requirement. So let's see how to do this by creating a new raw material type code and maintaining the attributes. So select the standard material type, which is ROH for raw material. Click on Copy As. Enter a new 1 to 4 character code and the description. Press Enter 2 times to ensure the data is copied. Once you get the copy confirmation, double click on that material type and maintain the attributes. Enter the field reference code if you have already created. Maintain the screen reference code for the material type to ensure the screen reference is assigned to this material type. The external number assignment without checkbox is used to indicate to the application whether the SAP system should automatically check for any duplicate entries in case the material number is assigned externally. That is, when the end users create the material numbers, should the system check for duplicates or not, it will be managed by this checkbox. If it is checked, the system will not check for duplicates. So to ensure there are no duplicates in external number assignment, uncheck, keep this checkbox unchecked. And here we're going to select the views for which the data can be maintained. So based on the requirement, you can select the relevant views and thereby specifying that only those departments can use material of that material type. And we are going to specify whether material of this material type will be purchased externally or internally. External and internal, there are 3 options: allowed, not allowed, allowed with warning. Since it is a raw material type, usually raw material are purchased externally, so that is the reason why external purchase orders are allowed, and internal purchase orders has the option 0, which indicates it is not allowed. There are certain situations in companies where even raw material may be sometimes purchased internally. So to allow for that one time or the once in a while situation, the option 1 will be used, where warning will be issued when you create a purchase order for internal source. And here we specify the default price control type, evaluation price control. So whatever you select is the default selection when you create the material of that material type. In case the client does not want any default, you can leave it as blank. And in case the client wants any specific price control to be the only option for that material type, you select the price control type and check the price control mandatory option, right? And using the quantity updating and value updating columns, these boxes, the radio buttons, we can specify material of this material type to be treated as a valuated stock material, valuated non-stock material, non-stock valuated material, or sorry, non-valuated stock material, or non-valuated non-stock material based on the type of usage of the material. Now, in case your client says that material will normally be maintained in stock and used as required, and that material adds some value to the business process, then we are going to specify quantity updating and value updating in all the valuation areas. That you can check using this option, quantity value updating. So here the system will display all the plants within this system. And as you can see in each plant, both the quantity updating and value update checkboxes are checked, indicating that material of this material type will be treated as a valuated stock material in all the plants. In case the client says it should not be maintained as a valuated stock material, that means the material will be purchased as and when required and immediately consumed. It will never be maintained in stock. And also it is direct consumable, which does not add any value to the business process. Then both quantity updating and value updating will be unchecked. Depending on the usage of the material, we also have two other options, non-valuated stock material or valuated stock material. Non-valuated stock material will be specified for those material which are normally maintained in stock, but they don't add any value. So here we're talking about material like nuts, bolts, glue, cotton waste, machine oil, which you normally maintain in stock, but they don't add any value to the business process. And the last one, valuated non-stock, will be specified for those material which do add some value to the business process, but they are not normally maintained in stock. So here we're talking about material which may be bulky or which have high value or which may have very less expiry time. So based on the type of usage or how the client is going to use those material, the quantity updating and value updating checkboxes will be checked for each of these material types. Let's say you want to specify these material types to be only valuated stock material only in your plant, then you can go to those plants and check the quantity updating and value updating for only your plants and save it. What will happen is, if in case this material of this material type have to be used in any other plant, purchased in any other plant, or you want to use them, then you have to specify the purpose of purchase, right? So once you have maintained the attributes of the material types, go back to the assignment of screen sequences and ensure the screen sequence, the screen reference code is properly assigned to your material type. So go to material type screen reference, check what was the screen reference that was assigned earlier. So here we have VGR, which was assigned to a different material type. So change it back to your material type. So this is what we had, VGR and V. We ensure that it is assigned to our material type, which is YVGR. Okay. Now when you create a material of that material type, the system will automatically assign the screen sequence and also ensure the field selection is as per the field reference assigned to that material type. Once you have maintained the attributes, now we need to assign the number ranges. So go to define number ranges for each material type, click on execute. For practice, because it's a practice server, there will be a lot of predefined number ranges already existing. So you need to first check what are the available number ranges by going through the options. Usually the last option is what would be available, continuously available. So here we check that it is from 12,001 to 12,500. Now to create a new number range, go to groups maintain, click on this option, then click on group create. enter a code to identify the text to identify the number range. So number range for raw material. Enter a range of 1000 numbers. Enter and save it. In case this interval, the number range interval already is existing in the system, then you'll get a message saying enter number ranges without overlap. But since we did not get it, it means that it is valid. Go back, go to your, check where your material type is, YVGR. Select that material type, click on element group assign, and scroll down to check where your number range is, which will be at the last. So select that number range, click on copy. Now when you scroll down to the very end, you'll see that the number range is now assigned to this material type that we just created, ensuring that when we create a material under this material type, the number will be assigned from this range, and this range will be for internal assignment. Save it. Right? So like this, we can maintain the number ranges for any number of material for any purpose, whether internal or external, and the number range that we created was defined to be maintained as internal assignment. Okay, if you check this box when you are entering the number range, then that number range becomes external assignment. Okay. The next configuration step is to understand how to create the material groups. So go to define material groups, restricts general, material master, settings for key fields, define material groups, click on execute. Material groups identify the kind of material which are used in the company code, right? So to create a new material group, just click on new entries, enter a 1 to 9 character alphanumeric code and the description. You can enter any code, whether the name of the material or just a code to identify the material group. Okay, you can enter whatever you want. So since it's just a code and a description, just enter the code and description, and when creating the material, the end users are going to assign the relevant material group code. Now, when you create the material type, when we have maintained the number range, you can also define the output format of material numbers. Now, output format will define how many number of characters have to be displayed for the material. Now, since we have created a 5-digit number, if you want, you can limit the output to just a 5-digit number. And when you check the leading zeros, it will indicate that the system has to display all the 5 characters, irrespective of whether the material number is actually a 5-digit number or not. Let me show you what I mean. In the standard setup, without any configuration, when we go to MM60, enter a range of 1 to 5 characters. The system will display the material number as the actual number. So like this, the material number will be displayed as the actual number. But when you complete that configuration and save this configuration, now when we go back to the list of material, so once you complete the configuration, now when you go back and check the list again, now the system will show me the material number as the complete 5-digit number, whether the material number is actually a 5-digit number or not. In this way, I can define the output format of the material number as required by the end users. So here, as you can see, all the numbers are now getting displayed as a 5-digit number. Okay. So the next one is creation of purchasing groups. So we go to IMG, Materials Management, Purchasing, Material Master, Purchasing, create purchasing groups. A purchasing group is used to identify the person or group of persons who are responsible for all purchase related activities for a group of material in the specific plant. So here you can specify a code and a group name, or so you can create a group, or you can create a name based on that. You can create a name like this, name or math or anything. Yes, click on save. Now, one interesting thing about the purchasing group is that it is not directly assigned to any plant or purchasing organization. Based on the logical assignment, the number of purchasing groups will be created and given. The list will be given to the end users, and they're going to use the group as required for each plant, for each purchase. Right? Next one would be to specify the shipping instruction. Shipping instruction is any specific instruction to be followed by the vendor during supply of the material. So after the purchase order is sent and the vendor is supplying the material, if you want any specific care to be taken for supply of that material, it has to be specified in the shipping instruction. So it's just a code, a 2-character code, and a description. And this checkbox is to indicate that the instruction will be printed on the purchase document. So based on the client requirement, again, we can create as many shipping instructions as required. A shipping instruction can be assigned to a material using 3 options: through the purchasing value key, through the purchasing info record, or in the purchase document itself. Based on the requirement where it has to be assigned, the relevant option will be selected by the end users. Now, another interesting, the last one would be your purchasing value key. Purchasing value key is used for maintaining values for multiple purchase delivery related elements. So it's just a 1 to 4 character code and a description, okay, and the values. So you can maintain the values for the reminders, that is the number of days after which the reminder will be sent, either before or after the delivery date, whether acknowledgement is required from the vendor for this communication, what will be the delivery tolerances, that is the quantity variance, how much less, how much more, and what will be the shipping instruction. Now, when creating the purchasing value key, values for all these elements need not be specified. You can create a purchasing value key only for reminders and acknowledgement, or only for delivery tolerances. But usually purchasing value key may not be created only for shipping instruction, because the shipping instruction can be assigned through other ways to the material also. So again, based on the client requirement, we create as many purchasing value keys with different variables, different values as required. And when the end users create the material, they're going to specify or select the relevant option, right? So these are the configurations for the material master. The next session, we're going to talk about the vendor master, right? Hello everyone. So the next topic that we're going to talk about is vendor master. Vendor is another term for a supplier from which the company code purchases material or services required for carrying out various business activities. Vendors are at the very basic level divided into two types, regular and one-time. A regular vendor is a supplier from which the company code purchases more than once within a specific period of time. Another feature is the regular vendors usually have a unique ID with which they are going to be identified throughout the company code or the SAP application. A one-time vendor, as the name suggests, is a vendor from which the company code purchases only once within a specific period of time. And another feature is that the one-time vendors are usually identified with the same ID or number. Now, the period of time changes from company code to company code. For some company codes, it might be a month. From some others, it might be 3 months, 6 months, 1 year. Whatever be the period of time, if the vendor is used only once, it's a one-time vendor. And if it is used more than once, even the second time, it's called as a regular vendor. Now, in the SAP system, without a vendor, no purchase related activities can be carried out. And vendors are usually created for purchasing organization and company code. Now, the information maintained for a vendor in the SAP system can be divided into three types: general data, company code data, and purchasing data. Now, the general data includes all the basic information about the vendor like name, address, communication details, contact person, industry specialization, bank account information, tax IDs, and other general information, basic information about the vendor. The company code data includes all the common finance or accounts related information like payment terms, payment methods, withholding tax information, reconciliation account, cash management group, prepayment details, payment correspondence, and other such accounts related information. This information is maintained at the company code level, that is, for each company code, the data will be maintained separately. Purchasing data includes all the common purchase related information for that vendor supplying any material or providing any service under a specific purchasing organization. So this information includes data like order currency, minimum order value, payment terms, Incoterms, payment related control data. So like this, all the purchase related data will be maintained in the purchasing data. Now, based on the type of data maintained, the combination of data maintained, vendors can again be divided into three types. If general data and company code data are maintained, then the vendor is called as an accounting vendor. If general data and purchasing data are maintained, then the vendor is called as a purchasing vendor. And if all the three types of data, general data, company code data, and purchasing data are maintained, then they are called as a central vendor. An accounting vendor is used for cash purchases or local purchase, specifically in situations where the stock may not be sufficient for immediate requirements. A purchasing vendor is used for plan-to-plan purchases, wherein the plants may exist in different countries right next to one another, or where the material is on a restricted list of the country. Then the transfer between plants cannot be handled with just a simple internal document. So a purchase order type of document has to be created. So in the SAP system, a purchasing vendor is used for such purchase order type of documents to transfer the material between plants of the same company code. A central vendor, on the other hand, is your regular vendor. That is, whenever we talk about a vendor, we usually talk about the central vendor, right? So this is the type of vendors based on the type of data maintained. Now these three vendors are again divided into regular vendor and one-time vendor. So we actually have six types of vendors: regular accounting vendor, one-time accounting vendor, regular purchasing vendor, one-time purchasing vendor, regular central vendor, and one-time central vendor. But in most of the cases, you would only be using a central vendor in most of the company codes. Now, in order to create a vendor master record, we require certain initial information just like the material master. So for the vendor master, we require vendor number, company code, purchasing organization, and vendor account group. Vendor number, like the material number, is the ID with which the vendor is identified in the SAP system. It's a 1 to 10 character alphanumeric code which can be again assigned either internally or externally. Company code is the level of the enterprise structure where the books of accounts are maintained. Purchasing organization is the entity which is responsible for all purchase related activities in the SAP system. Vendor account group is used to group all the vendors together for easy management. Now, in the SAP system, in order to create a vendor master record, at least one vendor account group has to be maintained. Now, these account groups can be maintained on different criteria based on the client requirement. Some use the type of the material type supplied by the vendor, or the vendor location, or the credit period, or the payment terms. Any one of these can be used as a criteria for maintaining the vendors under the vendor account group. So for our practice also, in order to create a vendor master record, we need to create a vendor account group. So first let's see how to create the vendor account group. Now it's a configuration related item, so let's connect to the server and create a vendor account group. So once we log in, we now again go to SPRO, IMG, Logistics General, Business Partner, Vendors, Control, define account groups and field selection, click on Execute, click on New Entries and enter a 1 to 4 character alphanumeric code for identifying the vendor account group. It need not be a 4 character code, you can just enter any characters from 1 to 4. So our main concern here is to create the account group and then create the vendor master. So we just create one account group with the detail, and then based on this account group we are also going to maintain the number ranges. So for practice I'm just going to create 2 account groups right now, and then I'm going to maintain the number ranges for it, because the vendor number ranges, the vendor number will be assigned based on the account group. So to assign the number range, go back to IMG, define number ranges for vendor master records, click on Execute, click on Intervals, and check the available interval here. So let's say I have this interval available here, or this interval. Don't use any range from 1 to 1 lakh, because these are normally defined as external. So once you modify this, click on Insert Interval, enter a 2 character code and enter a range of numbers, again up to 1000. V1 already exists, so we'll use V3. Even V3 exists. V5 also exists. Okay. Let's go back and see what is already available. Okay. We'll use V2 and V4. Click on Insert Interval, enter a code, enter the range of 1000 numbers. Now you can, for practice, just create a range of 1000 numbers. Even if you want to use the same number range for both the account groups, that's also fine. It's up to you. So this I have created 2 number ranges. Now go back, click on number range, go to your account group, the one that we just created, and insert or enter the relevant number range interval. So once we assign that number range interval here, the number range created under that interval will be assigned to that account group. Now let's create the vendor master record. Now vendor master record, since we have 3 types of vendors, we are going to use the central vendor here because that's the most commonly used, and also because the central vendor has all the 3 types of data. So to create a central vendor, we use the transaction code XK01 Accounting vendor transaction code is FK01, purchasing vendor is MK01. And in fact, all the transactions that we now are about to carry out for a central vendor can also be carried out for an accounting vendor or purchasing vendor, except the first character changes for the transaction code. So let's see how to create the vendor master record. Go to the transaction code XK01. The first field you see is the vendor number. Leave it blank for internal assignment. Enter the company code. Enter the purchasing organization and the account group that we just created. So check the company code that we just created. If you still have some doubt, scroll down. So press enter to open the vendor master creation pages. Now there's two basic differences between the way material master record is created and the vendor master is created in the SAP system. The first thing is when we enter the company code, the initial information and press enter, in the material master we get the view selection screen where we're going to select the views for which the data will be maintained. And based on the views selected, the material can be used in those departments. In the vendor master, based on the transaction code or the type of vendor created, the screens are already defined. The second major difference is in the material master, as soon as we get the view selection screen, the the application will automatically reserve a number for creating that material. And from the time the view selection screen is displayed till the end before you click on save, if at any point of time you cancel the creation, the number which is reserved will be lost. Okay, the next time you create a material master, system will show you a new number. In the vendor master, the system will not allocate or reserve any number beforehand. In fact, after all the data is entered and we click on save, that is when the system is going to assign a number for the vendor master. Alright, so let's see how to create what is the minimum data required. The first screen you see is the address screen where the name, address and communication details are going to be maintained. So for your practice, I'm just going to enter some standard information. Again, here also only 4 fields data is mandatory, which is title, name, country and language. So press enter will take you to the next screen, which is control screen. Here you can enter the tax identific IDs and the VAT registration number, type of business, the recipient's address for tax calculation and all those things. Along with that, there are 2 interesting fields here. One is the industry, other is the customer. Industry is used to specify the vendor specialization. That is, if this vendor is going to supply a specific type of material or provide a specific type of service, that can be specified using this industry field. So if the vendor is a transporter, then you can use this field to indicate that it is transport related. Or if the vendor is a building contractor, then you can use this to indicate that it is a building contractor. Or if he's a consultant for software, services, consumer goods, based on the type of services or the nature of the type of material provided by the supplied by the vendor, you can specify. If the industry field is left blank, then it indicates that the vendor supplies multiple types of material. Customer field is used to indicate that the material purchased from this vendor is going to be supplied to a specific customer of the company. So if that is the case, then the customer field will be used to identify the customer. Press enter and it takes you to the next screen, which is payment transactions. Here you're going to maintain the bank account details for this vendor. The last screen in the general data is the contact person screen, where you can enter the people that you need to contact in the vendor company relating to any supply or status of any transaction with your company. The next screen is the accounting information. This is the first of the company code data. There are two interesting fields here, reconciliation account and cash management group. Reconciliation account is a type of general ledger account or uh, an accounts related element which is used for maintaining the value of all the transactions carried out with the vendor within this company code. So the standard reconciliation account in the practice system is 160000, and the cash management group is used to identify the person or group of persons who are responsible for all vendor related payments within the company code. So again, the standard cash management group here will be A1. So if you want to specify any withholding tax, exemption number, the country, or any interest calculation, you can also maintain it in this screen. But for your practice, only these two fields data is sufficient. The next screen is payment transactions, again part of the company code data. So here we're going to maintain the payment related information for processing payment for this vendor within this company code. Payment terms identifies the method, not the method rather, the payment process carried out with this particular vendor, that is in how many days the vendor payment will be processed, whether it is a single time payment in those number of days, or whether the vendor is offering any cash discount, or whether the payment is being carried out in installments. So all this information will be maintained in the payment terms for the entire company code. So for example, if the payment will be processed within at the end of month, which all the invoices received till end of month from the vendor will be paid immediately on at the end of the month, or you can pay in up to 15 days, 15% discount, or you can pay net in 30 days or net in 60 days, or payment payable due immediately. So like this, based on the negotiation had with the vendor, different payment terms can be used under different conditions. So now just select any one payment terms, any of the payment terms here. Check cashing time is another interesting field which is used to indicate the time the vendor has to wait to encash the check. Usually the checks are uh, made out on the current date, but even though it is current date check, the vendor may be requested to wait for a certain time before they can encash the check. So if that is the case, then this check cashing time will be used to indicate that time. Payment methods is another interesting field which is used to identify how the payment will be processed to the vendor. That is, whether it's going to be cash payment, check payment, or bank transfer, or foreign bank transfer, or any other method. This type, the payment methods is dependent on the country in which the company code exists, and this is the only field in the SAP system which will accept all the options available. Usually whenever you have any options, we can only select one of the options. But here, even if I have 10 options, then all the 10 options I can select. Okay, so that's one interesting thing about the payment methods field. The last interesting field here is about prepayment. In case the vendor requires any advance payment, any prepayment along with the order or at the time of goods receipt, that prepayment can be specified here. So again, these fields will be maintained based on the negotiation had with the vendor. And in case if the company does not want to make a payment to the vendor within this company code, anywhere within this company code, then they can come to this screen, set up the payment block option here. So block for payment will indicate that effective immediately until this block code exists in this company code. Within this company code, this vendor payment cannot be processed. Right? For now, just leave it blank, which will indicate free for payment. The next screen is payment correspondence. Just leave it blank. It will be maintained by the FI end users. The last screen that we are going to talk about is the purchasing data screen, which is used for maintaining all the purchase related information for purchasing a material or service from this vendor under this purchasing organization. So the first field is order currency, which specifies the currency in which the payment transactions are to be carried out. Terms of payment, it is the same options as the payment terms field in the company code data. The reason it was not automatically updated is because even though within the company code a vendor will normally have the same payment terms, there is a possibility that within a specific purchasing organizations, the payment may have been negotiated differently. So to enable maintaining a different payment terms for a specific purchasing organization, both the fields are not connected. Incoterms is used to specify the standard terms of foreign trade. So when you are importing from the vendor and the vendor is located outside the country, there are some additional costs and risk involved, which the vendor may not be ready to uh, you know, bear in full. So for those types of activities, Incoterms identify the sharing of cost and risk between the company code and the vendor. So these terms are internationally common. They are created and maintained by an international organization called ICC, which is the International Chambers of Commerce. So for example, if we take CFR cost and freight, that means all the costs and freight charges will be borne by the vendor. Anything additional like insurance or border taxes will have to be borne by the company. COD indicates cash on delivery. That means all the costs, freight, insurance, everything involved during transportation of the material will be borne by the vendor, but the vendor will expect the payment to be done immediately on delivery. It need not be by cash, but when we say COD, it means the payment has to be processed immediately. Border delivered, the vendor will deliver the material till a border point of the country. He is not ready to deliver within the country. So the company has to pick up the goods from that border point specified. Another interesting one is your EXW, which is from plant. That means the vendor is not going to deliver outside of his plant. If the company wants to get material from that vendor, then the company has to take the delivery from the vendor plant itself. But one of the commonly used is free on board. That means the vendor will supply the material to the indicated location of the company at the negotiated price. There will be no additional cost involved. That means all insurances, border taxes, customs, anything involved will be borne by the vendor. So in case the vendor you're creating is an import related vendor, then you need to specify the Incoterms. If not, you can leave it blank. Minimum order value will specify the minimum value the vendor will accept in any order for any material or service provided by that vendor under this purchasing organization to any plant. So based on the negotiation again, the relevant value can be entered. Schema group will identify the pricing procedure. This we'll cover again later during the pricing procedure topic. Salesperson identifies the person within the company code who is responsible for the customer to which you are going to supply from this vendor. So the material purchased from this vendor under this purchasing organization, if it is going to be supplied to a specific customer of yours, then that customer will be handled by a salesperson. So that salesperson detail is what you're going to maintain here. And based on the control data maintained here, different aspects of purchase, delivery, and payment will be carried out. For example, if you check GR-based invoice verification, that means the invoice sent by the vendor should be separate for each delivery. If it is not checked, then the vendor can send an invoice for multiple deliveries together. Similarly, service-based invoice verification indicates When the service is completed, even if it is a partial service, then that service completion certificate, based on the service completion certificate, the vendor has to send an invoice separately, right? If it is not checked, then they can club 2-3 services together and send the invoice together. Acknowledgement required will indicate that any communication with the vendor under this purchasing organization, the vendor has to acknowledge that communication. Automatic purchase order indicates that if any of the material supplied by this vendor under this purchasing organization, if the purchase order has to be created automatically, one of the settings is this automatic purchase order check. So this topic will be covering later during purchasing. At that time, you'll understand the importance of this check. If the vendor is a import vendor and in the Incoterms border delivered is specified, then we use these two fields to indicate how the delivery is made to the border and at which border point the vendor is going to deliver the material. And other values like other checks are required to maintain the relevant data. So once you maintain the data, click on Save to create your vendor master record, and this is the vendor number generated automatically based on the number range maintained. If you want to create another vendor with similar data, again in the initial screen, in the reference fields, enter the vendor number, company code, and purchasing organization. If you enter only vendor number, the general data maintained for this vendor will be automatically copied. If you enter vendor number and company code, then only general data and company code data will be copied. If you enter all the three, then all the three types of data maintained for this vendor will be copied to the new vendor that you're going to create. So here, except for the name region for the vendor, all the other data will be automatically copied. So if you want to keep the same thing, you can keep it, or you want to change it, you can change it. For your practice, you can do whatever you want. I'm just going to modify some of these values and save it. Done. So like this again, like the material that we created, create at least 3 to 4 vendors so that we have a good number of vendors for practice. I'm just going to create 4 vendors here. That's similar data. Once you are done, if you want to change the vendor, you go to XK02. Entering only the vendor number will allow you to select only the general data. In case you don't enter the company code data or purchasing organization, but you select any of the company code data screens or the purchasing data screens, then the system will ask you to enter the company code and purchasing organization. So without entering that, the company code and purchasing data cannot be selected. So, and another interesting thing is, whatever screens you have selected are the screens that will be displayed. The system will not give you an option to select any other view, unlike the material master where you can select any other view when you are making the changes. Alright? So like this, once you have made the necessary changes, as you can see, we selected 4 screens and only the 4 screens were allowed to be changed. Okay. So if you want to display, again XK03, again the same criteria. You enter vendor number only general data can be displayed. You enter vendor number, company code, general data and company code data will be displayed. Enter all the 3, then all the 3 types of data will be displayed. Right? To check what are the changes made, we go to XK04 and no, there is no future dated scheduling of vendor creation. There is no schedule. There is no option to schedule creation of a vendor at a future date, unlike the material master. So enter the relevant data, press enter, and it will show you what are the details that have been changed. Double click on the entry to see what is the change maintained, and again double click on it to see on what date, at what time, which user made changes to which field, from what value to what value, right? Similarly, industry will also show you. Terms of payment is repeated twice because terms of payment exists in two different screens. So the first terms of payment will be in the company code. This is the table name and field name. Field name will be the same, but the table name will be different for the purchasing organization, right? So that's the reason why both fields are not linked together, but they are getting the same type of options. And the next transaction is an interesting one, which is XK05. Now this transaction is used for block unblock vendor, that is for temporary suspension of the vendor. In case the vendor, the company has an issue with the vendor in the sense that the vendor is not following the delivery terms properly, or the material supplied by that vendor is not meeting the quality standards of the company, or if the vendor is sending invoices twice for the same quantity delivered, or any such issues, usually you give a verbal warning to the vendor and things are okay, things are set right. But even after verbal warning, if the vendor is repeating the same issues, then you may want to suspend the vendor. So this particular transaction will be used to specify what type of restrictions or what type of activities will be blocked by the vendor. So default you have 5 types of blockings. Block purchase order will indicate that within a specific purchasing organization or a specific company code, or all purchasing organizations and all company codes, a purchase order cannot be created until further notice. Similarly, you can also specify request for quotation and purchase order to be blocked, or quotation, purchase order, goods received to be blocked, or total block. Now, if you select total block, then it indicates that all activities, including payments, will be blocked for that vendor. Again, based on the level at which you're going to specify whether it is selected purchasing organization, that is this purchasing organization, or all the purchasing organizations in which this vendor is created, or the selected company code, that is this company code, or all the company codes in which this vendor is created, the function will be blocked. Once the issue is resolved by whatever means of negotiation is prescribed and assurances given by the vendor, if the clients want to, the end users want to use this vendor again, they come back to the screen and remove that function and uncheck those checkboxes. And the vendor can be used as a normal vendor. Now, in case after temporary suspension and the vendor has assured the company that the mistake will not be repeated and he is repeating the mistakes again, then the client may want to stop the vendor supply completely, stop using the vendor completely. So they may want to delete the vendor, but like in the material master, vendor also cannot be directly deleted because of pending activities. So even here you have a flag for deletion. We go to the transaction code XK06, enter the vendor number, company code, and purchasing organization. Specify whether you want to delete the vendor from all the areas or only the specified company code and purchasing organization, and what type of data has to be blocked. So based on the type of issue or the type of blocking required, the deletion required, the end users are going to select the relevant option. Again, just like the material, if the client wants to reuse the vendor, then they come back to the screen, uncheck the boxes, and they can start using the vendor as a normal vendor. But in case they still want to go ahead and delete the vendor, then they need to ensure that all the pending activities with the vendor are completed in every aspect. The request sent to the support team. The consultant who gets that request will again have to confirm that all the pending activities have indeed been closed. There are no open activities still left for that vendor at any level of the company code or purchasing organization. and then the request will be forwarded to the database team who are going to delete it from the database. Once deleted, that vendor with exactly the same data can never be brought back. Okay. Now, another interesting thing in the SAP system is the use of the account group for creating a vendor. Now, let's say the client has created the account groups based on the credit period. So when this vendor was created, the vendor being new, the credit period for that vendor was about 120 days. Later on, because of the excellent performance of the vendor, the company decides to bring down the credit period to 90 days. Now, because the account groups were created based on the credit period, when the vendor credit period changes from 120 to 90 days, then I need to move the vendor from the 120 account group to the 90 days account group. That means I need to delete the vendor from the existing group and create him again in the new account group. If you remember, the vendor numbers are maintained based on the account group. So when I delete the vendor from the existing account group and create him under the new account group, the system will assign a new number to this vendor. The new number means the vendor will be treated as a new vendor, and the existing data cannot be transferred from one vendor number to another vendor number. So there's going to be a lot of confusion in the system as well as in the end users. So what SAP has done is, instead of creating the vendor again under the new account group, it has allowed for the users to simply change the account group in any such case where the account group has to be changed for a vendor for whatever reason. So you just go to this transaction code XK07, enter the vendor number and enter the new account group. Pressing enter will show you that the vendor number does not match the number range of the new account group. That's fine. Click on continue here. And now, once you maintain the data as per the new account group and save the data, the system will automatically replace the account group from the old one to the new one. It's as simple as that. However, please remember, account groups are normally not changed in the real time. It's a very rare occurrence. And one very important thing to remember here is the account groups can be changed between groups having the same set of fields. Since I have not made any field selection for these account groups, both the account groups that we created will have the same set of fields. However, if I use a different account group which may have a different set of fields, then the system will not allow me to make this change, because you get this error. You cannot make this change because the new account group results in the following field groups being switched off. Since the new account group, the 0001 account group, does not have all these fields which are already there in VBG2, the system is not allowing me to make this change. Now, if you look at these fields, we have not even maintained any of these fields. Even though we have not entered any data, but because these fields are optional, but in the new account group, they are switched off. Switched off meaning they are put in the hidden mode, right? So because of that, system will not allow you to make this change. It will only allow the account group to be changed between groups having the same set of fields. Okay. So for your practice, you can change the account group any number of times, but like I said, in the real time, it's not going to be a regular affair. Now, to see the list of vendors who are available within the system, you use the transaction code MKVZ, enter a range of vendor numbers or account groups, or search term or purchasing organization. Any one of these four is used for displaying the list of vendors. Clicking on execute will show you the list of vendors like the material list. This is also a standard report with standard fields. In case the company wants some additional fields, then during implementation, we're going to change the programming to add those fields additionally in this report and give it to the end user so that they can create the report as required with as many fields. Now, if you've been observing, you will see that each of these vendors, some of these vendors have more than one entry. So this is a vendor number, name, the street, country, postal code, city, the account group, search term, purchasing organization, then the payment terms, the info terms, minimum value, currency, and the salesperson. So some of these vendors are repeated more than once. In fact, if I look at the vendors that we created, you'll find that there is only one entry for each of the vendors that we created, right? So here, the 4 vendors we created have only one entry, whereas some of these vendors have not only more than one entry, in fact, some of them are repeated 5 times. Why is this vendor repeated 5 times, even though all the data seems to be the same? If you observe carefully, the purchasing organization for this vendor is different for each of the entries. So that means when a vendor is created for a new purchasing organization or a different purchasing organization, it will create a new entry in the vendor list. So how do I create this vendor for a new purchasing organization? For that, again, we go back to xk01. Just like we extend a material to a new plant, we're going to extend the vendor to a new purchasing organization. So all I need to do is enter the vendor number, company code, and purchasing organization here, and do not enter anything in the reference field. Okay, you don't even need to specify the account group. Press enter and it will enter the new purchasing organization, and it will directly take you to the purchasing data screen where you can enter the data for the new purchasing organization. Save it, and this vendor is now created for the second purchasing organization. So like this, based on the number of vendors you have created, you can extend those vendors to all the purchasing organizations within that company code. Usually, we only extend the vendor to new purchasing organizations since the application is usually maintained for only one company code. Done. Now when I look at MKVZ, the list of vendors, enter the range of vendor numbers and click on execute. Now I'll see our vendors listed twice. Each of the vendors that we created are now have 2 entries for each of the purchasing organizations. The account group is going to be the same irrespective of the purchasing organization. So if I change the account group, then it will show me that it is going to be changed in these 2 purchasing organizations, right? So like this, the end user activities, these are some of the, these are the major activities the end users carry out for a vendor master. Next, we're going to talk about the configuration. Hello everyone. So in this session, we're going to talk about the configuration of vendor master. The screen selection or the field selection for vendor master is carried out based on 3 different criteria. First one is based on the vendor account group. Second one is based on the purchasing organization, which is applicable only for purchasing data fields, and based on the transaction code for creating, changing, and displaying the vendor master. So first let's look at how to define the field selection based on the account group. Since we have already seen how to create an account group, let's talk about the field selection based on the account group. So we go back to CRONG, Logistics General, Business Partner, Vendors, Control, define account groups and field selection, execute. And we already seen how to create an account group, so let's go to that account group, open it, and here based on the type of data that you want to maintain, just double click on it, click on that relevant screen and maintain the fields in that particular screen. Now it shows here that we have 3 pages, but it's showing us only page 1. Go to the next page, use the page down button or use these buttons to go to the next page or the previous page. Okay. So based on the requirement, which fields are required, optional, display or hidden, you can specify based on the account group. So similarly, the company code data, the screens and the fields, purchasing data, the screens and the fields. The next one is based on the purchasing organization, the field selection per purchasing organization for your purchasing data screens. So double click on purchasing data, then again purchasing data, and for this purchasing organization, whatever field selection is required, you can maintain and save it. So once you save it, if the account group and purchasing organization in both the options you have maintained the field selection for purchasing data, the primary criteria will be the purchasing organization, then the account group. Okay. Third one is transaction dependent, where you maintain the field selection for creating, changing, and displaying all the 3 types of vendors: accounting vendor, purchasing vendor, and central vendor. So when you create the vendor, what type of fields to be maintained. When you change the vendor, what types of fields to be maintained. And the display the vendor, what type of fields to be displayed are available for display can be maintained here. In case your client says certain fields should not be allowed to be changed or should not even be displayed, then based on the transaction that requirement, you're going to maintain it based on the transaction code. Right? The fourth configuration step is about the number ranges. This we have already seen. You create an interval with an interval code and assign that interval code to the relevant account code. The next step would be to define industries. Industries is used for identifying the industry specialization of the vendor. So when you click on execute, it's just a 1 to 4 character code and description. You can enter whatever you want. Variant, test, some code of 1 to 4 character code and description. And once you create it, when you create the vendor, in the control screen, you can assign this particular industry specialization. As per the client requirement, they're going to give us the required number of industries to be assigned for specifying the vendor specialization. Based on that, you're going to maintain the industries. Now, the industries maintained in the vendor master are not related to the industry sector of the material master. Another very important configuration in vendor master is specifying the terms of payment. Now, when we go to the terms of payment in this configuration part, which is IMG, materials management, purchasing, vendor master, define terms of payment. Terms of payment are not basically of 3 different types. First is where the payment terms are defined for a specific number of days to be paid in a specific number of days. That is, a total payment will be paid in 90 days. Now this 90 days needs to start from somewhere. Like this 90 days is the credit period. So the start date of this credit period is called as the baseline date, as it is displayed here, the baseline date. And it can be defined in two ways. First, as a fixed calendar date, or as one of these three transactional dates. If you specify the fixed date, then starting from that date, within the number of days specified, the payment will be processed in a single payment, or you can use, like I said, one of the transaction date. Posting date refers to the date of goods receipt in the SAP system. Document date refers to the date on the invoice documents and by the vendor. Entry date refers to the date of invoice posting in the SAP system. Usually, document date is accepted by both companies and vendors since these days documents are created electronically and sent. The date is very less chance of the date getting changed in the invoice document. Now, whether these payment terms apply only to vendors or to both customer and vendor can be specified by checking the relevant option. And when you create the payment terms, you can also specify the default payment method based on the country of the vendor and company. Usually, it will be the company's prerogative to select the payment option. So if you specify, then that particular payment terms will have the default payment method as the selected one here. Click on Save. This is one way of creating where the total payment will be made in a specified number of days starting from the document date. The second method of creating the payment terms is where the vendor is offering some discount to get the payment quickly within those number of days. So let's say if the vendor is offering this type of discount, the start date, I can now take it as a calendar date. So that means for all the invoices received till 25th of the current month, when you leave the additional months field blank, it indicates that it is relevant to the current month. So all the invoices received till 25th of this month, the payment can also be specified as a fixed date. So the payment is made by 20th of the next month, then the vendor is offering 4% discount. If paid by 18th of the second month, 2% cash discount. And if paid by 15th of the third month, there is no discount. So for example, for the current month, if all the invoices received till 25th of August, if the payment is made by 20th of September, then the vendor is offering 4% discount. From 21st to 18th of October, there is 2% discount. 19th October to 15th September, so 15th November, the vendor is not offering any discount. That means if the payment is made between 19th October to 15th November, the company has to pay the complete balance due. So this is another method of creating the payment terms. And the third option is where the third type of payment terms is where the company is paying the vendor in installments. So when the payment terms are maintained in installments, you have to check the installment payment option and then specify the percentage to be paid within the number of days. You can give usually 2 installment payments. So if I specify it like this, then that means from the document date, 40% will be paid in 30 days and the balance will be in 90 days. And you can even give fixed date. Third installment is also possible, but normally not accepted by vendor. Usually it will be two terms of payment. But in case you specify a third installment, then the installment specified has to be in descending order like this. The balance, even if the balance is greater than the specified percentages, still the specified percentages have to be in descending order. We're getting a message called do not enter any terms for holdback or rate each. This indicates that there should not be any additional percentage of payment to be held back by the company. There are certain companies that do this. So, in case of installment payment, there should not be any holdback retainage taken by the company. The complete payment has to be made in installments. Okay? So, these are the three common ways of defining the payment terms. Once the payment terms are defined, then when the vendor is created, the relevant payment terms can be assigned to them. So this is what the configuration of vendor master was all about.